Could you just be settled in the next 30 seconds or so? We'll officially start with business of the day. So colleagues could just conclude with the pleasantries in preparation of the start of our meeting. Thank you very much, colleagues. Blessed morning to you, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature in Limpopo Province, attached to the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety for the 7th Administration, the support staff, team Transport and Community Safety, led by yourself, Honorable MEC Susanna Violet Mathieu. In the HOD, we have the entity led by the CEO, and we have South African Police Services led here by the Provincial Commissioner, Metembe Radebe. And the support staff of the three entities that I've mentioned feel welcomed. A very blessed morning to all of you. My name is still Honorable Kidibone Lebeya, the chairperson responsible for transport and community safety. I believe that all of you might have agendas in front of you. Mpule, did you share the agenda also with the colleagues, the MEC, the entity, and the SAPS? Do you have agendas with yourselves, colleagues? Thank you very much. We are in session 2 of the Portfolio Committee. There's an agenda there in front of you. Welcome remarks and introductions. We'll get a briefing by the department on the 4th quarter report and on the 2025-26 annual performance plan and budget report of the department. We'll then also have a briefing from the entity on the same reports. First, the 2024-25 4th quarter report, the 25-26 annual performance plan and budget. We'll then go lastly to the briefing by the South African Police Services on the 3rd quarter crime stats and on the 4th quarter crime statistics. Not only that, on deliberations and discussions, PC would want to know what are the challenges, what are the achievements with regards to the men and women in blue. Because this meeting, colleagues, it's live on all social media platforms and the YouTube channel. So we want the people of this province, Provincial Commissioner, to know, over and above the crimes statistics that you bring to us, what are achievements, what are your setbacks, and what are your plans with regards to safety of the people of this province alike. So, honorable members, colleagues, that will be our agenda for the day, but feel most welcome. Before we go to introductions, colleagues, do we have any apologies, Mpule? No, we don't have apologies for now. We don't have apologies. And as and when we do introductions, Honorable, let me see, if you do have apologies, you will then mention it at that time. And I believe the attendance register is roaming. Thank you very much. Could we have somebody moving for the adoption of the agenda, honorable members? Honorable Nenguda. Thank you very much, Honorable Mohale. Thank you very much. That officially opens our meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety in the legislature of Limpopo Province. Feel welcomed. And Honorable MEC, we are going to welcome remarks, but we are going to introductions, but I would like members of the legislature attached to this Portfolio Committee to introduce themselves before we come to starting from my right-hand side.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC, and your entourage. I'm Christina. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC and your entourage. My name is Christina Mohale, a member of this portfolio committee.
Thabela nna ke Monamarojas ke moleloko wa committee ya transport and community safety.
Macharone, Bashumisani Wote, my name is Dewaran Nenguda, member of the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good afternoon, MEC and a delegation, members of the SAPS and all relevant stakeholders. My name is Andre Moos and I'm also a member of this portfolio committee.
Thank you, Chair. Abshin, nishawa tahlangela nenkwayo vito I Dunan Baloi, the member of committee lewa. Go.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to everyone. My name remains Bongani Nkonyane, a member of this committee.
Thank you very much. Support staff. Mpule, support staff, starting with yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Mapula, supporter, committee support staff.
Good morning. My name is Pachaji Lakane. I'm the committee researcher.
No, we cannot see, we only hear your morning. We need to see you. Who's speaking, colleagues? Could you kindly, because you are sitting, oh, I thought you were at the back. Okay, you can continue, Renele. Are we done, team legislature? Honorable MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson. Let me greet you and the members of the committee together with the support staff from the legislature and also my office officials together with the provincial commissioner and the HOD. My name is Mate Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, MEC, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, my colleagues. My name is Stephen Majana. I'm the head of the Department, Transport and Community Safety. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Morning to the MEC and colleagues. My name is Mohadi Matli, and I'm the CEO for GAAL. Chairperson, I would like to submit an apology for Chairperson of the board, Mr. Victor Klava. He was not able to attend, but we've got some board members that are representing the board.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and the members of the House. MEC and the HOD. My name is Tim Bihadebe. I'm the Provincial Commissioner of Limpopo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm Major General Mashilo, Capricorn District Commissioner.
Good morning, Chairperson. I am Major General Venetia Masingi, the District Commissioner of Waterberg District. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, MEC, PC. I'm Brigadier Mantata, Provincial Crime Registrar, SAPS.
A very good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC, our generals, all senior managers, all protocol observed. I am Brigadier Mhlongo, Provincial Head of Proactive Policing Services. Thank you.
Morning. I'm Colonel Mabuza, Chief of Staff to the Office of the Provincial Commissioner.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to my MEC, honorable members, HOD, PC. My name is Hofe. I'm known as Tebo Homogete. I'm the CFO at the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, MEC. May I observe protocol that has been established? My name is Manji. My surname is Nhlanim Timkulu. I'm the Chief Director, Provincial Secretariat for Police Service from Department of Transport and Community Safety. I thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, MEC, HOD, colleagues. My name is Ngwako Mangen, Chief Director responsible for Corporate Management Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Members, MEC, colleagues. My name is T.A. Matsila, responsible for transport regulation in the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Members and MEC. My name is Opang Kanyani. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Government IT Office, Transport Infrastructure and District Coordination. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, MEC and the HOD. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Raisibe Mekimabusa. I'm the Acting Chief Director for Transport Operations. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, committee members, MEC. I'm Khabo Sebola, Company Secretary for GAAL. Thank you.
Morning, honorable members, GAAL board members, MEC, HOD and colleagues. My name is Jeff Kulwane, CFO of GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee, the MEC and all colleagues. My name is Saloma Bilane. I'm the...
Good morning, everyone. Morning, MEC, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members. I'm Natalie Skippers, GAAL Board member. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Khanyisa Magamu. I'm from GAAL.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, my MEC and my colleagues. My name is Tsepora Mukhupa. I'm the Senior Commercial Service Manager at GAAL.
Good morning. My name is Nolita Klu. I'm the Senior HR Manager at GAAL. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. I wish to dwell on the protocol as established by yourselves. I am Dali Shipiwa, Media Liaison Officer, Department of Transport.
Tabela, ki Thabo Magabane, working in the MEC's office. Thank you.
Abshen, Bomba Maleana, MEC support staff.
Thank you very much. I believe we have duly introduced ourselves, and the meeting will be flowing as easily as possible. Honorable Manama.
Okay, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I just wanted to register our concerns for your commission of the MEC. It's not for the first time that the chairperson of the board who has to exercise a fiduciary responsibility is not part of our meeting. It's our second meeting as well. And I need it to be recorded because the number of the challenges that we have, if we have an autopilot of some sort of a board, it is not available for our interaction as the people who are paying oversight want to know about the date of operation. Just to register that, so that it's noted that we are not comfortable about the continuous existing absence of the chairperson of the board.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manama. That was exactly what I wanted to speak to. I've not only the issue of the board chair, I've had somebody in the MEC's entourage saying they're a board member. And I believe this is the first meeting I'm seeing that face. But that we'll discuss about it, honorable members, as and when we delve into the report of the department. Because you could see at any end of term of office, Honorable MEC, it's quite not always the case where people still pull the same way that they've been pulling since their first day in office. But that we'll discuss as and when we get the presentations from yourself, and where you also tell us and inform us, HOD, how far are you? Because this current board, colleagues, when is their term of office coming to an end? Is it July or August? September. So we are nearly at the end of their board tenure. Most of them believe that, there's a new brooms in the office, we might not be able to come back. So the level of dedication that they give to yourselves, Honorable MEC, and maybe come into account, they feel that, no, we have done our dues, the next board that is coming. But that we'll discuss about it, and also there's certain behaviors we must nip in the bud, Honorable Moss. But we'll discuss about it when we get the presentation. And thank you, colleagues. Now we're going to, but before we come to get reports, Honorable MEC, the Department of Transport and Community Safety is responsible for the lives of the people in the entire province, HOD. And its successes and failures does not only impact on yourselves as the leadership of the department, it impacts on ourselves as the oversight body, it impacts on lives of men and women, children. Let's talk about Escola Transport, HOD, that the owners know this Escola Transport is not valid, is not registered. Escola Transport that must put 12 learners, it has a number of 30, 40 learners on top. It dawns to our conscience. And some of these things as a department, there's only so much that you could do to play an oversight. But that's where we need you to put stringent measures in place to make sure that you secure and preserve the lives of the people, especially young people that are the future of tomorrow. You preserve it and make sure that our roads are safe, the vehicles are in order. So the department, don't look, when we are looking at it from a point of an oversight, we know how critical is this department. For some of you, when you look at it through the DORA, you might find, no, it's only transport. Our responsibility are minimal. But you are in case holding the lives of the masses and the majority of the people of this province, because how many of us are blessed to be able to drive from point A to B? Most of our villagers, most of our people, the downtrodden, the marginalized, the previously disadvantaged people in this province, they are really relying on your services. So your success, I heard somebody's the head of transport or an acting there, your success, how you implement policies that government has put in place in terms of safety, of road management systems, it will take the province to greater heights. And maybe we are still elated to the fact that Provincial Commissioner, during the Easter break, Honorable MEC, with those plans, we were able to record 0 fatalities in the road, and which is something that we still are priding ourselves with as an oversight committee. But that could have not happened if men and women attached to that department, Honorable MEC and HOD, had not adhered to that report that we planned together to the latter. And on that note, honorable members, colleagues, and MEC, we are going to bring this to you So you can speak to us about the fourth quarter. What have you done? What have you achieved? What have you missed? And we, like you know how we do it, HOD, you have been with us. You know what we want. We don't want a lot of English that will divert us from playing an oversight. We would need you to say, these were our plans, these are our targets, this is what we have achieved, this is what we have missed, and this is our plans going forward. Then you do not bring it back from the fourth quarter. You then delve into the annual performance plan and budget report of 2025-26 financial year. You link them together as such, because areas that emanate from fourth quarter still flows to the annual performance plan and budget. And so does GAAL. Also, the presentation coming from the HOD, you'll then take it as such. Then once you are done, MEC, you then bring it back to us, so honorable members could make their observation and their advices, and also be able to interact with all reports, both from the department and then from GAAL. Once we are done, we'll then get a report from the provincial commissioner, which I've made significant inputs, provincial commissioner, that don't speak to us only about the crime stats. What are the achievements? What is it that we can pride ourselves as a portfolio committee that the SAPS in the province is doing for the masses of the people of this wonderful province of Limpopo? On that note, Honorable MEC, you can take us through.
Thank you very much, MEC. Once again, good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. I'll be taking the House through the performance information report. This is our last, or rather final quarter of the financial year 2024-2025. In terms of where we are, Chairperson, our presentation will take that form. We will look at the overview in terms of the quarter four. We'll take you through the non-achieved indicators. We'll go through the program performance. These are the 4 programs, 1 up until number 4. We'll then go to our budget performance, and we'll also try and share on how we of revenue collection, because the department is in the provincial administration of Limpopo, we are the highest in terms of revenue collection. So one of the things that we look at is just to ensure that we collect revenue from our services so that we can assist the fiscus. We know there are other departments with a lot of pressures. Now, if we may go to the next slide. If you look at it, Chair, this is now where we have 4 programs. In terms of our targets, we had 45 targets in quarter 4. 39 targets were achieved, 6 were not achieved. This now translates to 87% achievement against 13%. If you look at administration, they were at 63%, not really the best in terms of our standards. Transport operations also, out of 5, they have achieved 3, 60%. This is our lowest in terms of the programs comparatively, also not the best. But this is mainly because there are fewer targets. If you miss just 1 or 2, it really downgrades the percentage quite a lot. Transport regulation is at 92%. They have missed only 1. Provincial Secretariat for Police Service, keeping the standards, they are at 100%. If you look at the other quarters, 1 up until this time around, they have been at 100%. Now, if I may now go to the next slide, where I'm mostly dealing with the reasons for non-achievements, but just to highlight at the top that the amount of revenue that has been the indicator that was not achieved, amount of revenue collected. The reasons were that we we had an issue with our municipalities that did not pay. That is Blowback, Mogalakwena, Lepalale municipalities. These ones did not pay at the time of closure of the financial year. However, we have, in terms of our intervention, Chair, we managed to write letters to them, and as things stand, they have actually paid. On the percentage of women in SMS represented in appointments, we only had one position that was advertised and filled at SMS level. That is actually why we could not achieve the 50%. However, we have since Chairperson advertised 3 more positions in SMS, and we are targeting that should we have those ones, some of them targeting females, we should be able to achieve the target. On the number of ICT initiatives implemented, also we did not achieve due to that. Towards the end of the quarter, there was a scope creep where we had to increase some of the issues because of the technological advancements that were there. When there were implementations taking place, we then realized that certain things had changed. Some of them were had reached end of life, and we needed to add some of the things. But I can indicate, Chair, that the project has since been finalized. On the number of routes subsidized, GNT, as always, did not operate all its contractual obligations. Meetings were held with GNT over the period to an extent that at the end of the quarter, we had awarded new contracts, and then we believe the model that we're using going forward, GNT will not be a challenge because we're using what you called special purpose vehicles, where we're grouping these operators together. On the number of PRE hearings conducted, we had fewer applications in Q4. That's why we did not have achieve the target. But overall, when you look at the annual target, we had actually achieved. On the number of vehicles stopped and checked, Chairperson, because of the quarter in its nature, January to March, that's where you have got a lot of rains. We had a lot of rains in January and February. We could not achieve on this target, mainly because you don't stop and check vehicles when it's raining, especially if the weather is not good. But what we appreciate is that when you look at, we try and average it annually, the target is not a challenge. Now, if I may take the House on a per program, I'm trying to be quick. Administration, the indicators are as follows. We had the number of skills developed, development programs implemented. Annually, we had 5, but in Q4, we had 3, which was achieved. Number of learnership programs implemented, we had planned 1, which was achieved. On the percentage e-disclosure of financial interest, this target, Chair, is an annual one. We normally do it in Q1. That is why there is nothing there. Even in this financial year, we've already dealt with it. On the amount of revenue collected, in Q4, we had targeted 254.6 million, and we had actually collected 247.041 million with a deficit of 7.5 million. As I've indicated that we had municipalities that paid us late, I can just indicate that seated where we are now, they have managed to pay us. But when you look at our the revenue collection, our target, the annual target, we have actually overachieved, and it will show as we proceed. On the number of valid invoices paid within 30 days, we are at 100% as planned because we understand the importance of having to pay our service providers, especially SMMEs. On the number of ICT initiatives implemented, we had 1 in Q4 that was not achieved because of scope creep, as I've indicated. On the percentage of women in SMS represented in appointment, the target was 50%, and we have not actually achieved, but we are saying there are positions advertised at that level. We hope we should be able to have capable candidates coming through there. On the percentage of people with disabilities represented in appointments, the target was 2% in Q4, and then we were sitting at 6%. On the percentage of bids awarded to women-owned companies, we had targeted 40% to women, and that was actually achieved with no challenges. On the now in Program 2, Chair, on transport operations, the indicators on the number of routes subsidized, we had planned 689 and we achieved 688 with one as a variance there in terms of the routes. Also, the issue, as I've indicated, GNT with the fleet that was actually depleted. On the number of PRE hearings, we had planned 16. We did 15 with a deficit of 1, mainly because we had fewer applications. This target also depends on applications that are received. On the number of subsidized trips monitored, on this one, we had targeted 16,800 and it was achieved without challenges. As I proceed on the number of new subsidized network services, as at Q4, we had planned to have procurement of new subsidized network services concluded, and that was actually achieved without challenges. On the integrated transport plans that we're developing for the municipalities, in Q4, we had planned to have phase 1 of Marulian Local Municipality ITP completed, and that was actually achieved without any mishap. Now, if I move to program 3, which is transport regulation, Chair, road crash fatalities reduced as our first indicator. We had targeted 5%, which is normally a national target, and when we closed the quarter, we had 9.6% with a positive 4.6%. Now, this normally would be because of improved law enforcement and compliance by road users. On the number of compliance inspections conducted, in Q4 we had planned 150 and it was achieved without challenges. On the number of speed operations conducted, 4,373 was targeted and we had overachieved by 156, basically because more operations conducted due to our accident reports indicating that speed is a cause of our increasing accidents, so we had to really have focused operations in there. On the number of vehicles weighed, in Q4 we had planned 162,500 and we had overachieved by 23,774, and we had to weigh more vehicles because this is a moving target. The more vehicles we have, the more traffic volumes we have, that's the more we have more that we look at. On the number of drunken driving operations conducted, we had targeted 1,000, which was achieved without challenges. On the number of vehicles stopped and checked, we had targeted 675,000 and we were less with 46,549. We did not achieve on this one, mainly because less vehicles stopped and checked due to unfavorable weather conditions in January and February. On the number of pedestrians operations conducted, 628 was a target which was achieved. Number of road safety awareness interventions conducted, also on this one, 1,615 was a target and it was achieved. Number of schools involved in road safety education, 496 was a target and it was achieved without challenges. As I proceed with transport regulation, number of schools involved in community safety education program, we targeted 25 in Q4 and it was achieved. On the number of community mobilization awareness campaigns conducted, we had targeted 25, which was achieved. Formal trainings implemented in traffic college, 9 were targeted, and then we have overachieved by 2. And the target was overachieved due to the client's needs, which are mainly our municipalities, and the expiring of firearm licenses for traffic officers. Then we needed to do, we normally do refresher courses before we give them new licenses. On informal trainings implemented in traffic college, 60 were planned and 60 were achieved without challenges. And now as I go to our last program, Chairperson, which is Provincial Secretariat for Service, on the number of police stations monitored, out of an annual target of 104, 22 was planned for Q4 and it was achieved. Heads of components monitored, out of 12, 3 were planned for Q4 and it was achieved. Sub-specialized units monitored, also 2 were planned and achieved. Sub-district commissioners monitored, 1 was actually planned in Q4 and it was achieved. Number of customer satisfaction survey conducted, we had planned 22, also achieved. Number of reports compiled on police stations monitored based on the National Monitoring Tool per year, we had 1 as a target, and it was achieved. On the number of domestic violence initiatives conducted, in Q4 we had planned 1, which was also achieved. On the number of reports on compliance and implementation of the Domestic Violence Act by subs, in Q4, 1 was targeted from an annual target of 4, and it was achieved. On the number of monitoring reports compiled on implementation of IPID recommendations by subs per year, 1 was targeted and it was achieved respectively. Number of monitoring reports compiled on the management of service delivery complaints received against subs per year, 1 was targeted, which was achieved. Number of reports on court watch assessments compiled, also we had targeted 1, and we have achieved it. On the number of community police forums assessed on functionality, we were looking at 23 in Q4, which was achieved. On the number of CSFs assessed on functionality also, we were looking at 6 in Q4, and it was achieved. The number of capacity building sessions for both the CPFs and CSFs conducted, we had targeted 1, and we managed to conduct that particular session. Number of social crime prevention programs implemented, we had targeted 5, which was achieved without challenges. On the number of quarterly progress reports on the JCPS program of action compiled, in Q4, 1 was targeted and it was achieved. Number of subs garages monitored, 7 out of 7 with no challenges. On the number of monitoring and evaluation of special projects implemented, also 1 was targeted and achieved. On the number of research projects on policing and safety implemented, 1 was actually conducted as per target, and then we had an achievement there. Chair, if I may want to take you now to our budget performance in terms of how we fared with the finances. Chair, from an appropriation of 2.591 billion, the department managed to spend 2.516 billion, which translates to 97.1%. This is how we closed our books in Q4. If I want to take you to how each program performed, administration was at 95.2%, transport operation was at 90%, transport regulation 97.7%, and lastly, Provincial Secretariat for Police Services at 9.8%. Then, if I may just proceed on the finances in terms of where we may have missed it because we don't have 100%. Administration on its own was at 95.2%, and it's mainly because of the filling of vacant posts. And Chair, with this one, if I may explain a bit, normally when a post is advertised, it has to be funded. And some of these posts, when we do internal promotions, it means the funded post, we're not going to consume everything. It's just, we're just doing a lot of top up because we're promoting internally. If you look at most of our traffic posts, we promote internally. So we don't really consume the entire that amount. So also the delays that we've had with the procurement of our vehicles, the invoices came in April, then we missed out on that, including protective clothing. In transport operations, we had performed at 97.8, mainly because of we had a delay in paying the transactional advisor because of other administrative challenges such as the SLA, and also the outstanding invoices coming from government printing works. They normally give us problems when we are supposed to pay them because they are the only service provider that can print our documentations. And then program 3, transport regulations, we had 97.7%. Mainly this would now be because of we had in the main procured escort motor vehicles, and they also arrived a bit late, but we also had a few resignations coming from that particular program. PSPS, we're at 95.8, the lowest performing in terms of our report, but also it's because of the filling of vacant posts. Some of them had to move over to the new financial year. And then if you allow me, Chair, maybe let me not touch more on the compensation of employees, because it's built in from where I'm coming from, wherein we're indicating that COE spent 96.9% in terms of its allocation. It was supposed to be at spend 1.144 billion, and then against that particular target. So the transfers and subsidies also are indicated there, but it's just to indicate that this is how we've performed as we look at the economic classification there. Now, in terms of revenue collection, Chairperson, we had a target of 890,655,000 in terms of revenue collection, and because this now is a cumulative target that we deal with. When we closed our books, we had collected 892.229 million. This now shows that we've over collected by 1.574 million in terms of our collections, and in terms of the salary, you can see where our streams are coming from: your tax receipts, your sales of goods and services, fines and penalties and forfeits, sales of capital assets. That's where now you have our auctions and all of that, and all of those other things. So, Chair, in terms of our Q4 report, I would like to end it here and maybe proceed to the annual the second item, which is going to be our APP and budget for the current year that we are in. With your indulgence, Chair. All right. In terms of our APP for 25-26, Chair, we still have 4 programs: administration, transport operations, regulation, and Provincial Secretariat for Police Service. I'm not going to explain what each program is doing. We already know now that the administration normally will deal with internal support, and transport operations mainly looks at public transport and related, and then transport regulation, that's where you have road safety, law enforcement, and PSPS mainly looking into issues of monitoring of police conduct and overseeing some of the police functions that we have in the province. Now, in administration, these are our output indicators. The first one is a report compiled on the implementation of HR plan. Annually, we have one target, which is going to be done in Q1. Number of skills development programs implemented, we've got an annual target of 5, which is going to be reported on in Q3 and Q4, 2 and 3 there. Percentage of women in SMS level represented in appointments. We're committing that from the 50% as an annual target. When we close this financial year, we need to have achieved this target. We need to have women in SMS at 50% representation. On the percentage of people with disabilities, we're saying an annual target is 2%, and it will be reported as such in the last quarter of the financial year. On the percentage of compliance to e-disclosure, we're going for 100%, and we're saying this is going to be done in Q1 and Q2. Amount of revenue collected this year, Chairperson, we are targeting to collect 931.4 million, and it is chunked in those other quarters. If you can look at it, it's 188. We're down, Q2, we're jumping to 254 million, and we'll then have 254 million, and then we'll have 243. You will realize that it's not divided equally, because we do know how our quotas are in terms of activities. So we have then utilized the previous data to inform our division in terms of how each quarter is going to perform. Percentage of procurement of goods and services from women-owned enterprises were still going for 40% to women, and then we are going to report that at the end of quarter 4. Percentage of valid suppliers invoices paid within 30 days, it's 100% chairperson, and every quarter we expect to have every invoice processed within 30 days. On number of ICT projects implemented, we are going for 2 initiatives this financial year, and they are going to be achieved in quarter 3 and 4. On the number of routes, now in transport operations, on the number of routes subsidized, it's 791, but because it's something that we do every quarter, that 791 will be looked at in every quarter, because the routes themselves are the same for the whole financial year. On the number of PRE hearings conducted, we're looking to have 90, and then we'll have 15 quarter 1, 15 quarter 2, and quarter 3 and 4 will then do 30-30. On the number of subsidized trips monitored, we need to monitor 65,000 trips just to ensure that there's compliance, and we pay for trips that would have been serviced. Then the numbers are chunked in that manner. On the number of ITPs completed, these are integrated transport plans. This year we are going to do 2, and then we'll report on them in quarter 4. These are ITPs that are in municipalities. We're assisting the municipalities to develop. Actually, we're developing for them because we have a lot of interest in transport planning in those areas, and the municipalities do not have this very key document to help us implement our integrated transport planning. Now, if I go to transport regulation, percentage of road crash fatalities reduced. We're still at 5%. It's a national target, and we'll be reporting in quarter 4. On the number of compliance inspections conducted, we're looking at 600 chairperson, and it's chunked equally per quarter. Number of speed operations conducted, we're looking at 23,920, and it's also divided equally in the 4 quarters. On the number of vehicles weighed, 650,000 is our target annually, and it is divided equally like that per quarter on all the 4 quarters. Number of drunken driving operations conducted, it is 4,000, and it is divided accordingly with 1,000 per quarter. Number of vehicles stopped and checked, we are looking at 2.7 million, and it is divided accordingly like that. Number of pedestrian operations conducted, it is 1,500, which is divided equally per quarter. Number of formal trainings implemented, we are looking at having 9 trainings at the college, and we're going to report in quarter 4. Number of informal trainings, we're looking at 60, and we'll report in quarter 4 also. On the number of road safety awareness interventions conducted, we're looking at 6,683 annually, and it is subdivided accordingly per quarter. Number of schools involved in road safety education, we are looking at 2,037, and it is divided accordingly like that. Now, if I may go to the last program, chairperson, which is Provincial Secretariat for Police Service, the output indicators are as follows. The first one is the number of provincial evaluations conducted on SAPS programs. We will have 1 annually. It is going to be implemented in quarter 2. On the number of joint evaluation or assessment projects implemented, we're looking at 1. It will be implemented in quarter 4. Number of reports compiled on police stations, monitored based on the national monitoring tool, we are going to have 1 that is going to be done in quarter 4. On the number of reports compiled on the implementation of and compliance to the Domestic Violence Act by SAPS, annually we'll have 4, with each quarter taking 1. Number of monitoring reports compiled on the implementation of IP recommendations by SAPS per year, also we're looking at 4 annually, each quarter taking 1 target like that. Number of reports compiled on the management of service delivery complaints received against SAPS per year, we're also looking at 4, with each quarter having 1. Number of court watch reports compiled, annually we have 4 targets, each quarter taking 1 target. Number of research reports on policing and safety, we'll have 1 annually. It is going to be implemented in quarter 4. On the number of community policing forums assessed on functionality, annually we're looking at 111, and we'll have them chunked per quarter like that, with quarter 4 taking a lesser number there. Number of community safety forums assessed on functionality, 27 is our annual target. All of them taking 777, with quarter 4 taking 6. Number of capacity building sessions for CPFs and CSFs conducted, just to give them capacity. We need to do 5 sessions. As we are committing to do 5 sessions, we will then have them done in quarter 2, 3, and 4. On the number of social crime prevention programs implemented per year, our annual target is 5, chunked as indicated. On the number of community mobilization awareness campaigns conducted, we're looking at 100, each quarter taking 25. On the number of schools involved in community safety education programs, we're also looking at 100, each quarter taking 25. Chair, as I'm going to the budget for allocation for that, let me indicate that most of our targets that you see are going to be implemented in quarter 4. Quarter 1, 2, and 3, there is work done. It's only that we know that we will finish in quarter 4. That is why when we say it's going to be done only in quarter 4, there is a lot of work that is, build-up work that is done from quarter 1, 2, and 3. Only we will conclude on that in quarter 4. So if I go to our budget, we'll look at the budget allocation. We'll also share the departmental priorities quickly, and we'll look at the breakdown and also our revenue collection in terms of our plans. Chair, in our financial year 25-26, if you look at it, this time around, we have been allocated 3.024 billion as a department. It's a growth. There's a growth from the previous financial year. If you look at it now, in its own, it says administration will have then be given 627 million. Then transport operations taking 1.275 billion. Transport regulation also taking 1 billion there, with Provincial Secretariat for Police Service given 65.9 million. So this is actually how it is subdivided, because I'll be talking to it also in the latest slides. Our economic classifications, you can see there that from compensation of employees up until machinery and equipment, these are the allocations. I will not deal with that, but just to indicate that on compensation of employees, there is a growth of 6.8, and mainly because we want to cater for salary adjustments and the absorption of our traffic learners. If I may just indicate that last year we had 150 traffic learners that were at the college. From April, we have actually absorbed all of them. I think it's 147 that we have absorbed permanently. They are now, I'm informed they've received the appointment cards. They are now on the ground. They're assisting us with issues of road safety. That's why now you see there's that significant growth of 6.8% in COE. And our goods and services has grown by 25.3. And also, if you look at it, it is simply because, Chair, we have got an allocation of the high-speed rail project. We are going to be monitoring our buses electronically through a system. Also, the EPWP there is actually taken a chunk, and we have actually made sure that all our contractual obligations are funded without challenges. If I may even go further in economic classifications, you can see that transfers and subsidies has grown by 19.2%. Mainly, if you look at it, we are still doing a transfer to our GAAL. Payment of capital assets has grown by 75%. this is where now most of our activities are. Our K53 projects are taking a bigger chunk. We're refurbishing traffic stations. We're also busy dealing with the refurbishment of the government garage in Seshego. The remedial work for Thohoyandou facility through IDT, more work has been done. The contractor should be able to be on site from August, so we have put away money, and we actually we're acquiring a lot of pool vehicles this year because of we are trying to push for a 24/7 shift system, but also just to refurbish our fleet because it had actually aged. When you look at administration on its own, I'm not going to go through the individual allocations there, but just to indicate that this is where we are. The next slide is going to be transport operations. Also, we have dealt with it in the earlier slide. Transport regulation also, we have dealt it in the earlier slide. PSPS also shows that it's growing by 10%. Now, I want to take you, Chair, through our departmental priorities that are really going to keep us busy this financial year, just to ensure that we deal with projects that talks directly to service delivery, improvements of our facilities, so that we amplify on the issue around road safety, public transport, and all of them. We are going to be having our Vivo Way Bridge in terms of construction. We've given it 5 million this financial year. Our Mampagale Way Bridge this year has got nothing because some of the money is already sitting with Sanral. Thohoyandou Taxi Rank, as I've indicated, work will start in August. We've got 58 million given to it. Revitalization of the Limpopo Traffic College, we're continuing with the canteen and kitchen. It's been given 20 million. Limpopo Traffic College Block A and Classroom, we do have 8 million. Mainly will deal with more the preliminaries, your designs, all those other issues. K53 projects, Seshego and Thohoyandou, you'd remember that because of the importance of this K53, we're developing one in Thohoyandou. It's almost complete. We're also developing one in Seshego. It's also almost above 50%, just to ensure that we do away with the lot of queues that you see at Ladana now, with people queuing from 4 to 5 a.m. So we do have 25 million set aside just to finalize the constructions. We are refurbishing our traffic facilities. We've given them 11.6 million. Seshego Government Garage, for it to finalize, we've given it 12 million. And Skuman Street Building, we have given it 2 million. Gauteng Limpopo High Speed Rail, we have given it 80 million. Mainly this will be for the pre-feasibility study, because we're dealing with this with Gauteng. There's an estimated amount that is needed at 160 million, wherein we've agreed we're going to do 50-50. We put 80 million down, they put 80 million down. And this project is being supported. And then at this point in time, we are going to establish the project management office, finalize documentation, and get the work starting. And we moving violation recorders is 3.5 million. The electronic vehicle monitoring system, this is for our buses. When they move, currently we monitor them manually with our officials waking up as early as 4 and 5 a.m. just to stand at strategic locations to check if these buses are ferrying passengers. Now we're going to have this system that will tell us at what time did the bus arrive at a certain station. Even when people board in, the system will tell us. When they board out, it will tell us. So we're no longer going to have our people going out in the wee hours, because we realized it's also becoming risky and it's not accurate, because we're doing only 2% of monitoring. So this is actually our priorities for the financial year, and they are taking 281 million in the main. So the next slide, we're just indicating further breakdowns, where we're indicating that our grants are taking 485 million, and then GAAL is getting 152.8 million. Other priorities will be taking 281, the ones that have been on. The compensation of employees will take 1.266 million, and bus subsidy from the equitable share we have 419, and it will be topped up by the PTOG to make up the full amount that we need. The households and machinery and equipment will take 13.4 and 50.3 million accordingly. So in terms of our breakdown, that's where we are. On revenue collection this year, Chairperson, we are committing to collect 931.4 million. You can see that every year we are growing, we are approaching $1 billion, and we believe it's doable. And the department has actually collected 892, as you can see there, it's 102%, and the target was surpassed. We believe the 931.4 should be able to be a target within reach. That's actually where we are. Chair, with regard to my reports, this is where I am, and I believe I have delivered accordingly, and then we'll wait for the questions. MEC, thank you very much.
Thanks,
No, thanks very much, President, for the presentation, HOD. And with all powers vested in me, I'm not the chairperson. I don't know. I've just been requested to assist. I don't know. I can't account about the whereabouts of the chairperson. Maybe the police will assist us to go and look for a No, thanks. Let's afford the GAAL as an entity to present, and from there we'll request SAPS to present in that order. From there we'll then interface and interact with the presentations. I think that's how the program is structured. Yeah, but thanks very much, Tate Matsena. I'm not impressed, but I'm happy the way you have presented, and that's what we need. Yeah, if a person knows what is presenting, he must just go and flow with those things. Thanks very much. And who is presenting? In terms of the law, the accounting officer, Honorable MEC, the accounting authority is the board, not the other way around, not the accounting officer. Unfortunately, we are lawmakers and we are not here to change laws. In the absence of the chairperson who is standing in for, it's up to that person who is exercising fiduciary responsibility to present, because it's the one who is accounting to the committee, not technocrats. We need guidance. Who is acting chairperson, Honorable MEC, so that we don't change rules of the game?
Thanks, Acting Chair. I think if you allow us to go and caucus, because for now we thought the CEO was going to represent the board, but as you are saying that we are not here to break the laws, I'm sure we can go outside, then we'll continue with the SAPS, then we'll come and
yeah,
let's
not, I'm just raising it as a matter of principle, okay. But let's allow the CEO. But what I'm trying to say and put across is that it's not in line of what is expected in terms of the accountability ecosystem.
Okay.
It has to be stated, and we don't want to waste your time going caucus. When you come back, you come with bombs. And that's not the spirit. The spirit is that in terms of reporting, that's the board that has to report.
Point taken, Acting Chair.
Continue the CEO. Where are the board members? Yeah, you were just said you must go. Okay. Yeah, no, things fall apart. Yeah, let's hear.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. I'm going to start with presentation for the performance analysis for Q4. We've got 3 programs. Out of the programs, we had planned 15 indicators, and we managed to achieve 5, and 10 were not achieved. In terms of administration, we had 6, and 3 were achieved.
Sorry, no, not just 2 interest. Honorable Nengud, I think, has something that can assist us for recording purposes.
Thank you. Honorable Munama, who is chairing the meeting at the moment. While acknowledging the absence of the chairperson of the board, one would like to know as to whether he tendered any apology. If he did so, one would like to know his whereabouts for recording purposes, because we need to know his whereabouts. Thank you, Chair.
The shareholder, I think, is at the better position to explain.
I think I will allow the CEO to tell us the whereabouts of the chairperson, because as for me, I don't want to lie. She's the one who's going to let us know that.
Yeah, Honorable MEC, how things are done. If a person has to give you the apology, he has to give it to you. And no one, we don't report downward, unfortunately. You are the authority in that regard. Let's leave it, we are recording it, that we did not have an apology from you. That's how it is. Thanks very much, Honorable Nenguta. Unless things are done, otherwise he is reporting to the CEO. The CEO has to report to the chair. But thanks very much. Don't explain. Yeah, we are just observing some corporate governance deficiencies that are there. Yeah, let's continue. Rescue intimidate that because it's from the royal family. If you wanted to.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of business development, our indicators, we had 6, we achieved 1 and we missed 5. In operations, we had 3 and we missed 1, we achieved 1 and we missed 2. I'm going to go into the indicators that we have not managed to achieve. In terms of administration, we achieved 50%, and the 3 that we didn't manage to achieve is amount of revenue collected, amount spent on capex and asset maintenance, and external audit opinion achieved. In terms of the revenue that we did not achieve, our target was 24.8 million. We managed to achieve 23.2, and we missed the revenue by 1.6 million. And the reason for this, as indicated in the other quarters, is due to the lower revenue collected for fuel, dispensing of fuel compared to what we had, but also revenue that we didn't manage to achieve due to no income on advertising revenue due to the unfurbished billboards. And we also had a challenge in the Q4 in terms of inconsistent payment of monthly rental from tenants, and we had delayed payments of aeronautical fees by airport users. What we have done in terms of trying to correct this is that we have already advertised a tender for the billboards, and we have also intensified terms of reference in terms of our lease agreements. In the Q4, we actually started locking some of our tenants out, and that is starting to show positive results because they are coming to us to make arrangement for payments. In terms of the other one, target we didn't achieve, the amount spent on asset maintenance. Our target was to spend 74 million, and we only managed to spend 17.7. And this was due to delay in drafting of tender specification, as we have lack of capacity in SCM, and this led to delayed implementation of projects. This resulted in us deferring projects to 2025 financial year. And in terms of correcting that, we have then prioritized filling a position in the SCM division, and the plan was to fill it in quarter 1. However, there's been a bit of challenges in terms of Treasury approving the filling of this position, and we're waiting for them to officially send us a letter to approve the filling of the position. In terms of the projects that we had deferred, we actually deferred 5 projects from the previous financial year, and we would like to assure the committee that of all the projects that we have deferred, all of them have commenced, and some of them will be completed in this financial year, except the runway, because it's broken down or phased out into 2 financial years. But the work has commenced, and we will be able to achieve the projects that we deferred from the previous financial year. The other one that we missed is external audit opinion achieved, which we had planned to achieve a clean audit. But as we closed off quarter 4, we realized that there was a misalignment in terms of the timing of the indicator, because the results of the audit actually only come out in quarter 2, and we planned it for quarter 4. And to correct this, we have made sure that in the new APP, there is better alignment to have this moved to quarter 2 rather than quarter 4. In terms of expenditure in the program 1, we had planned to spend 12.5 million, and we managed to spend 9.2. And if the committee can look at line for goods and services, we have overspent in that line. And the reason for that is that we were trying to catch up in terms of the projects that were delayed from the previous quarters. In terms of program number 2, which is business development, we achieved 20% of our targets, and we did not achieve 80%. And the ones that we didn't manage to achieve is the number of new operators contracted, number of aircraft movement recorded, occupancy rate in terms of number of units list, and development of the Aerotropolis plan and cargo plan for Polokwane International Airport developed. In terms of new operators contracted, we did not achieve this target. And the reason we have done a study with AXA, where we've got outcome that says we can look at Cape Town as the most potential route to achieve. We have then engaged airlines, and the first airline we engaged was Fly Safair and Lift, and they've indicated that they've got challenges with fleet. So Fly Safair is saying their smallest aircraft is a 160-seater, which is too big to start a new route. And Lyft has indicated that they have a challenge with fleet, and when they do get aircraft, the first line that they are going to prioritize is George. Some of the feedback that I'm giving might not be in the report. As we continue to engage, I will give the committee the most latest update. We also engaged SAMAIR, and SAMAIR is actually very interested in the route. The only thing is that SAMAIR is requesting financial guarantee from the province. And as an entity, we do not see that as a good business model. And what we have offered them is that we can give them stats from legislature to show them the number of people that are moving, as that will give them an indication of the load factor that they can expect. We have requested this information from legislature, and we will submit as soon as we receive it. We have also engaged Flynear, which is a new entrant. They gave us a letter of intent, but the reason why we have not made any noise about it is because the airline continued to move the takeoff date, and we don't want to get to a point where we market and advertise and this thing doesn't take off. We have also had engagements with Air Zimbabwe. We met them at the Africa Indaba. And with them, we have also spoken to Airports Company of Zimbabwe. And they are interested in a route between Polokwane and Harare. And based on the study that we have done with AXA, there's actually good numbers that we can fly to Zimbabwe at least twice a week. Another indicator that we missed is the number of aircraft movement. We had targeted 1,200 and we managed to achieve 653. There's a bit of analysis that we need to do on the numbers and also for planning purposes to make sure that we reach this target. At the moment, our Commercial Services Department is in engagement with ATNS as the air traffic control to understand why there's such a big variance in the numbers. The other one was occupancy rate. The target was 70%. We achieved 54%. And on this one, Chair, there's a number of inquiries that we have received. We have given quotations and lease agreements, but we have not had any commitment from the potential tenants in terms of occupancy. And we do continue to follow up with them to make sure that we commit. But we are also aware that the state of our infrastructure is not at its best. The strategy that we are employing at the moment is to go in an agreement with the tenant where they come and if there's painting that needs to be done, they do that. And as part of the lease agreement, we then agree that they will claw back the investment that they have made in the first few months of the rent, so that we are able to occupy, but also the investment that they make, they can recover. In terms of marketing initiatives, there was an overachievement, and we take any opportunity that we get so that we continue to push the brand awareness as per our turnaround strategy. The last two indicators that we missed in terms of business development is the development of the Erythropolis plan. This one, the project has commenced. It is scheduled to finish in September 2025. There has been a delay in terms of the appointment of the service provider, and as a result, the project started late. So the service provider was appointed by AXA as per our MOU, and the delays were coming from the side of AXA. The last one was development of a cargo plan. An RFP was advertised, and unfortunately the bid was non-responsive, and the planned target as at Q4 was to review and advertise, and I want to confirm that the spec has been reviewed and it was advertised on the 6th of June. Over and above us waiting for development of the cargo, we actually are currently in engagement with 2 different companies that are interested to move cargo from Polokwane International Airport. And our strategy is that even though we don't have a plan, if we get a client that is ready to take off at the moment, we will do that. So the one that we are engaging has a contract to move fruit and vegetables and animals to the Middle East. And they're looking to take 6 hangars. And the other one is a shipping company that is looking to move things that are bought on e-commerce, like your clothes from Shein and Temu and them, and they are looking at 8 hangars. So we have given lease agreements, and we are hopeful that they will sign the agreements and we can start commencement with doing business with them. In terms of expenditure in program 2, we had planned to spend 854 for Q4, and our actual was 869, and this is also a part of catching up in terms of what we had missed previously. Our last program, which is operations, we had planned 3 indicators. We managed to achieve 1. And the 2 that we did not achieve is the infrastructure maintenance plan implemented and the number of aerodrome units calibrated. In terms of the implementation of the plan, we had planned to achieve 100% implementation of the plan. We managed to implement 15%. And this is due to the delays that we experienced in SCM, because this is linked to CAPEX. And this resulted in some of the projects being deferred. And as I've explained, that some of these projects have started already. The second one that we missed was calibration of aerodrome equipment. We targeted 4, we managed to implement 2, and this is because the VOR and the DME were being repaired in Q4, and calibration can only happen after the completion of repairs work. In terms of expenditure in that division, we had targeted, or rather projected, to spend 15.2 million. We spent 18 million, and this is on goods and services mostly, and this is part of the CAPEX that we were catching up on from the previous quarters. The next 2 slides actually just explains the expenditure by program and classification, and it's basically the same information that I have given in the other slides. And for the benefits of time, I'm just gonna skip them, but the details are exactly what I explained when we dealt with expenditure. Then I will move, with your permission, Chairperson, to present the APP for 2025-2026 financial year. Most of the indicators that we have in the new financial years are still linked to what we had in 2024-2025, because that is the business of our business. So in terms of program 1, which is administration, we have 5 indicators. The first one is amount of revenue collected, which is 27 million. This is an increase from the previous financial year, which was 24 million. In terms of CAPEX, amount of CAPEX spent, it's 97 million. And I can already confirm that all the specifications have been advertised to make sure that we meet this, except for the runway where the consultant is still doing bill of quantities. The next one is the audit opinion. We are targeting to achieve a clean audit opinion. And as indicated from the previous report, we have now aligned this correctly so that it's achieved in Q2. The next one is number of ICT projects. We have 6 projects that we have planned, and they are distributed throughout the second, third, and fourth quarter. The fourth one is number of HR initiative implemented, and these are based on our HR plan. We've got 4 initiatives that are planned, and they are distributed by 1 per quarter. In terms of commercial services, we've got 6 indicators. The first one is the number of routes introduced. We have targeted 1, which is in the 4th quarter, but work will be happening in the other quarters. The second one is the number of units list as a percentage of occupancy rate. Our target still remains at 70% as per previous financial year, and that is also put through the different quarters cumulatively. We've got Aviation Museum launched, which is a new indicator, and this one is intended to bring revenue to the airport, and it's targeted for the 4th quarter as there's still construction work that needs to be done. There is aircraft restaurant launched. It's also a new indicator targeted for Q4. It is also another revenue generation project. We've got cargo operations established. We've got 1, which is also in the 4th quarter. And I just want to indicate that in the 3 quarters, work will be done. And we also increased our number of marketing initiatives conducted. And the reason for that is because we still believe that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of marketing the airport. In terms of operations, we've got 5 indicators. The first one is the number of months that is for maintaining our Cat 7 aerodrome license. We have targeted that all 12 months we must maintain and retain our Cat 7 license. The second one is the review of the maintenance plan, and this one remains year to year as it assists the airport to make sure that there is maintenance and there is compliance to CAA regulations. So this is targeted for Q1. And in terms of infrastructure maintenance plan, we want to achieve 100%, and it is cumulatively spread out through the 4 quarters. There is a new indicator that we have included, which is the number of quality assurance inspection conducted. And this is an internal one where our quality department needs to conduct audits to make sure that before CAA audits us, we have audited ourselves internally to make sure that we are compliant at all times. The last one is the number of mandatory and compliance training implemented, and we have targeted 12, which is spread out evenly throughout the quarters, and this one is also linked to CAA compliance, as there is a mandatory training that needs to be done. The next presentation, Chairperson, is the budget for the 2025-2026 financial year. And on the first slide, we just indicate that this is based on a CPI of 5.4%. And in the 2025-2026, there is full allocation of the government grant of 152 million. At the time that we were planning this, it was still pending legislature approval, but that approval has been granted. And then for the next 2 financial years, our grant allocation is actually going to be based on how well we do in terms of implementing our turnaround strategy. In terms of the budget, the first one is the revenue budget. Our budget for the 2025-2026 financial year is 179,995,108 for the whole year. And this is based on the government grant that we are receiving of 152.8 million and our own revenue of 27 million. And the 27 million is made of aeronautical revenue core of 7.8, aeronautical revenue other of 185,000, non-aeronautical revenue of 19 million. That is our revenue budget for the new financial year. In terms of our operating expenditure budget, our budget is 82 million, and there's a breakdown of what makes the 82 million. But our 3 biggest expenditure is our COE and our air traffic expenditure, because the ATC is critical for the airport, and then also our security contract is quite hefty in terms of cost because of all the CAA requirements of aviation security, but the fact that we are also a national key point. In terms of our CAPEX budget, our budget for CAPEX is 97.8 million, and there is a breakdown of all the projects that we are targeting for the financial year. Without going through them line by line, what I can assure to the committee is that Treasury issued a directive that all the specifications must be out by the 30th of June. We have advertised all the projects except for 2. The one is the runway, because we have appointed a consultant and they are busy with BOQ, but we have already written to Treasury to alert them, and they have given us an exemption based on the requirements and the progress that we have given. And then the other one is the security, and the reason we haven't advertised this is because of budget constraints. In our budget, we have budgeted 33 million, but in the last advert, the lowest quotation we got was 46 million. So we are engaging Treasury in terms of how we are going to deal with the expenditure. And Chairperson, according to the presentation that we have submitted, that would be the end of the presentation, but based on the request from the Chairperson to share some feel-good stories and some positives, we just want to share with the committee that although we have missed our budget projections for 2024-2025, we have achieved 94%, but we want to indicate that this is an improvement of 22% in terms of revenue that we have collected compared to the previous financial year. So in 2023-2024, we achieved 16 million, and in the 2024-2025, we have managed to increase that to 24 million, which accounts for the 22%. The second thing that we have done well is the intake of interns. We have taken in 18 interns in finance, HR, IT, and marketing. And this was done through MOUs that we have signed with FETs. And we were fortunate that the FETs had contracts where they are able to pay stipends for the interns. So the interns that we have, all 18 of them, GAAL does not have to spend money on them. The other one is that we have, I think the last time GAAL was able to pay or rather offer bursaries was in 2018. And since then, this year, we were able to put funds aside, and 9 employees were given bursaries so that we can improve skills, but also to start succession planning. There's various compliance training that were planned and also implemented in Q1, and this is assisting in terms of retainment of our aerodrome license, and we actually got compliments from CAA in terms of how well we are doing there. We have reviewed and developed policies which are aligned to attraction and retention to address current talent gaps. There's been quite a number of comments about skills at GAAL, but we have actually looked at policies to make sure that we are able to retain and to attract staff. We have also managed to do internal promotion of staff in terms of promotion and growth. We managed to appoint 2 senior managers as they are key role players in implementation of the turnaround strategy so that we start implementing the strategy effectively and move towards self-sustainability. We have intensified our brand awareness through social media, but also we are investing in attending exhibitions. That's where we meet airport potential users. For example, we were at the Africa in Travel Indaba and we made contacts there. And last week we were attending the Aero SA. We have built relationships with key stakeholders, for example, the SNDF, which is assisting us in terms of the upkeep of the airport. But we have also built relationships with Polokwane Municipality and Bapalaborwa, Lanseria Airport and other airports so that we can start collaborating and learning best practices from each other. For the first time since the existence of GAAL, we have finally managed to get BMA to sign a lease agreement, and they are paying rent since beginning of the year, which is adding to our revenue. We are currently engaging National Public Works because we've got the same issue with SEPs where there are offices that are occupied at the airport, and we are in negotiations and engagement so that they can also sign a lease agreement and we can start generating revenue. The last one, Chairperson, is that we have managed to reduce our regular expenditure by 37% and our fruitless and wasteful expenditure by 35%. And with this, we are counting since 2022. And we think it's quite a move in terms of moving to best financial practices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO, HOD, MEC. I believe that brings us to the end of the presentations from your side in terms of the department, the fourth quarter, 24-25, and the APP and budget, 25-26, and that of your entity, GAAL. Is there something that you feel they have left out, MEC, before I allow interactions from the honorable members? Are you sure, MEC? They've said everything. Yes. But we want to hear your voice.
That's my voice.
Let me see. It's your report. Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'll start from you, Honorable Ngonyana, coming back from Honorable Christina Mohale. No. You are sitting on the right-hand side of the table. I called you to make your own input. Yeah. Honorable Nkonyana, you want to take the mic to Honorable Baloi? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're not used to these things. Yeah, thanks, Chair. One would be like earlier indicated, disappointed, Chair, at the continued disrespect, if I may put it, from the board, especially because they have a very hard-working team. The CEO and the entire management of GAAL is visibly doing their utmost best to redeem GAAL and also to implement what they've called a turnaround strategy. But with lack of support from the board, it becomes very difficult, Chair. And I think the committee must pass a very strong message to the entire board, through yourself, Chair, that in future, we might not be as tolerant as we continue to be towards the board. That was just on the light of the absence of the chair in a very crucial meeting that determines the whole year of an entity that he leads. But Chair, I would be very much interested to understand the day-to-day work. What is the day-to-day work of the board overall? What do they wake up to do every day, from the chair until the last person in the board? What do they do when they go to meetings? What do they do when they hold meetings? What is their actual core business? Because seemingly we are seeing a board chair that only exists when they deem it fit to exist themselves, and not for the role that they've been appointed for. I mean, we've had several meetings. And if I can tell you, when I arrived here in the legislature, and partially as the member of this committee, we've been speaking about the one thing, and that being the board overall.
Of GAAL?
Of GAAL. I'm sorry, Chair. Of GAAL. You know, when they came and presented what we call turnaround strategy, and when it was time to assess ourselves, we're supposed to receive a briefing from them to say, here and there, we are not receiving proper outcomes, or are not meeting proper targets. And in the absence, the CEO cannot be a referee and a player at the same time, unfortunately, Chair. Because, you know, I'd be interested to understand again, when they were appointed, they were given a mandate, and perhaps in future, the decision to prematurely, in terms of the PFMA, declare GAAL a trade institution or entity, was it reasonable, perhaps? Was it premature? Were we hasty in taking that decision? Because indicators show that GAAL has what we call a core business, and their core business becomes aeronautical activities. And given Polokwane, the capital city of Limpopo, and it starts on traveling by air, are we really sure, Chair, that we're going to achieve what we desire with GAAL? I mean, they are trying their best to develop other resource generating models, but in terms of core business, are we actually going to see what we have desired? But third, Chair, missing 5 out of 6 targets is actually criminal. We must be arrested. 5 out of 6 targets, Chair, is disaster. It's actually disaster. It means for the whole financial year, we have existed to only achieve 1 target. And I would be delighted to understand in detail, how did we actually miss 5 targets? That's quite a lot. We also go to the issue of underspending, given the nature of GAAL and the desired need. And somewhere along the presentation, they indicate that it was because of lack of capacity at SCM level, supply chain management level. But given the little knowledge that I have, Chair, I really doubt if supply chain deals with development of specifics or specifications. I really doubt. I'm not sure, I'll be clarified, but I really doubt. But if we have lack of capacity at SCM level, what have we done as the entity? If we really have that challenge, what have we done? Chair, if the board has any role that it has played, because I don't see their role here, but with all the challenges that the CEO has indicated, which will be my 4th question, are there any interventions that came from the board? Did the board play any oversight or give advice or counsel where were leaking? And question number 5, Chair, we were briefed that there are vacancies in the board, and such vacancies were the reason for, say, incapacity of the board to perform its duties. Now, how far are we in terms of filling those vacancies? Because I would understand that we have to fill them because it's mid-term for the board. And Chair, let's move to the Department of Community Safety and Transport, the performance report for 4th quarter. Chair, the 30 days invoice payment, which is the national mandate, and also we are all actually having to comply with, Chair. It is reported that we have actually complied as the department. And kudos to the leadership of the department. And I hope we keep it at that. But in terms of revenue collection, at page 23 where the HOT was presenting, they are saying that there's what we call a non-payment of in-artist activities from 3 municipalities, which is Bloemberg, Lephalale, and Mogalakwena. And these 3 municipalities, because we received this report very early, Mogalakwena was also there last year. I'm not sure of the two, but Mogalakwena was also there last year. They were giving us problems. And I think now the committee needs to advise the department, or the department needs to tell the committee, what do we do in this case to enforce, because it's by law, they must pay, it's law. And you can't have one municipality appearing for 2 consecutive financial years. The issue of underspending on goods and services, it's attributed to delays in signing of invoices or qualifying invoices. The department has been doing good in terms of this 30 days thing. Let us not allow this practice to derail us. Let's look into it and see how best can we deal with it. But now the last one goes to our bosses on the road. We have not seen, or there's no plan to appoint new learner traffic officers for this financial year. We would know that perhaps it's because of the absorption of the 150, or it's 147, that was commenced on the 1st of April. But I'm interested to understand the numbers, Chair. Let's get the numbers. The last financial year, we briefed that the human capital shortage stands at around 700 or so at traffic regulation or operation. I'm not sure where do they fall, these traffic officers. But let's get the numbers now. What is the shortage versus what do we have? And I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baloyi.
No, thank you very much. Greetings to the House. Yeah, we welcome the report, CEO of GAAL. And then as you indicated that there's other matters where you have explained to us that there are things that you are doing it right. But let me go back to your core business, or where you said you have 15 indicators where you only achieve 5 and then 10 not met. Let me say, I personally, like I will say, I'm disappointed because if you're in a class where you have to write test out of 15, then you get 5, I think this is very bad. It means you are not doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You said when it comes to revenue, some of your tenants are not paying revenue, right, if I'm not mistaken. I want to check, what are you doing, like the honorables asked, what are you doing day-to-day basis to check what is happening in that department? Because if people are not paying monthly rent, what are you doing about them? Because if you let this thing happen, in the first month, they don't do anything. In the second month, it means these people, they will keep on not paying the rent. So I think this is some of the things that is making this institution not to operate smoothly as it's supposed to, because there's nothing that is happening, or nothing that you are doing. And I also want to check something on your, because you say you're talking about the flights that some of these flights that you were offered, they are too big for this airport. So my question is, the board and also the management, your marketing or your marketing strategy for people to use that airport, what are you doing? Because I feel like your marketing strategy is not equals to what is supposed to be happening, because I believe in Limpopo, we have a lot of departments, we have a lot of municipalities. I think it's more than 22 municipalities. We have managers that are flying every day, councillors that are flying every day. I was a councillor myself. I know this is happening. And I'm not sure if what are you doing? Are you going to this municipality and market the airport that we have this facility that the municipality can use to fly their officials? If you can check these 22 municipalities and all these departments, if you can check and do proper consultation, you'll find that there are a lot of people that are flying every day from Limpopo going to Joburg. But what are you doing? How are you marketing this thing? I heard that you're saying you're going to Indaba and all the things, but I think there are target area or target market where you can go and market the airport. I believe that you're going to fill that 100 and something seat out, even if it's not every day, but they know that there's this facility that we can use, because people are driving to Joburg all the time when they want to go to Cape Town or Durban, while we have airport here. Polokwane is the capital city of Limpopo. Last we went to Hoedspruit. Hoedspruit is booming. There's a lot of people that are using. How are they doing that you are not doing? Because we're in the city where everything is happening, but people are not able to use our airport. I think this is one of the things that you can look at. You market this thing properly so that you can able to, because if you're not marketing it right, because last I remember when we were there, I think maybe your flyers, the way you go to taxi rank and say we have airport, come and fly there. That is not that is the wrong place where you're supposed to market. Let's check, let's go all the department, the businesses that are here in Limpopo, they can fly. So I think for us to have that airport operating daily, we need to do a proper marketing. I think this is one of the questions that I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moss.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Again, welcome to the Honourable MEC, members of GAAL and SAPS. Honourable Chair, let me start off with the department's fourth quarter report. Thank you for the compilation of the report. It's very well done. I'm happy with a lot of things that the department is achieving, HOD. 90% of the budget spent. There is some few indicators that's not met, but I don't think it's a reason for too much concern. I just wanted to know in the performance report for this year, I see a lot of, especially in program 3, it looks like a lot of things is just copy and paste, like vehicles weight, it's still, the target is still 650,000, although you exceeded it in the previous year. I think it was 23,000 or 36,000. Why are we not adjusting these targets upwards if we're exceeding them? The same with driving indicators. It's only still at 4,000, yet we also achieved those targets in the previous year. Why don't we adjust them upward as traffic anyway increases year by year? And it's with a lot of, with some other indicators also. Just wanted to know, is it a copy and paste exercise, or do you really put some thought into it? And then I just want to, for clarity, I just wanted to make sure, Chair, the Thohoyandou intermodal facility, is it the same as the Thohoyandou taxi rank? Are we talking about the same place? Well, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I don't ask a question that's not relevant. If my memory serves me correct, or my research is correctly done, that project started about 14 years ago. Over 350 million was spent year to date, and we are still spending a further 58 million in the financial year. What is the problem surrounding that facility? Why do we have to spend so much to get it up and going, and it still doesn't look, if I look at the pictures at it? Then Honourable, then CEO, if I can go to the GAAL report. GAAL ISMA, as the previous speakers mentioned, is a non-profitable organization, and it's a big headache, especially for this committee as well. If we look at the past 8 years, over 617 million rand was already allocated. And after 30 years, GAAL is still dependent on the government for allocations. Allocations made in the past of about 127 million in the 2024-25. It was page 11 on the MEC budget. We only expected a revenue of 15 million rand. That's definitely not profitable. It definitely doesn't make business sense. Looks like there is no vision, and the turnaround strategies and the targets and the goals are not met. And to ask the question actually then, with the recruitment process for the new board, how far is it, what has been happening since this board's term is coming to an end in September and expiring? Also a great concern is the indicators, 15 targets, 10 was not met. Underspending on CAPEX projects, even though it's rolled over, that is really actually a great concern if we roll over the targets and we don't meet them. We're looking for new businesses or honorable chairs, or looking for new avenues to attract new people, but our facilities, like the CEO mentioned, is not up to standard, MEC. I mean, if I have to invest in a place and I have to use my own money actually to get a hangar up to standard, whether it's painting, fixing the roof, putting lights or electricity in, I'll be worried some, because what does it say of the rest of the operation? Is the runway in a good condition? Is your certification up to standard? Am I going to have trouble to allocate or attract people to board my planes? So that will already be for me a big worrisome thing. If I understand the reasoning behind it, you don't have the money to attract them, give them a discount or a deduction in the rent for the first 3-6 months or whatever the case might be. But if I'm a new investor, I don't want to paint my own building. I don't want to put my own lights or electricity or put a new cement slab in if I know I'm going to invest a lot of money into to open a route there, to let my planes land there. I would rather spend the money there after, if the hangar is in a good condition. If we can maybe think of a strategy, then rather let the customer pay for maintenance. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all the colleagues in attendance once more. Having listened to the reports as presented, one is forced to remind the House about the resolutions that we have taken during all our meetings, our previous meetings. And one would like to check with the colleagues as to whether they can be in a position to can just indicate a number of resolutions taken, as well as those that were implemented and those that were not implemented. I think one will be happy if we can be finished with reasons why some of the resolutions were not implemented. Secondly, if I can just reiterate on what my colleagues have just said regarding their concern about the targets underachieved, more especially when it comes to GAAL. Quite a number of targets were not achieved. Maybe we're going to be finished with reasons why so many targets were not achieved. Like for example, you find on slide number 9, only 30% of the targets were achieved and 80% not achieved. We are having a very serious concern about that performance. To our colleagues, more especially members of our board, I do believe that many a times you are exercising or executing monitoring and evaluation in our international airport here, as well as the airports that need to be refurbished, like Mpepu Airport, believing that you are up to date as to how those airports look like, more especially Mpepu Airport and Siandla. I think you are going to clear us on the situation there. You check the runways, you check the infrastructure, the buildings. Of course, they are in a state of decay, and we cannot just come here and talk about those, airports, nothing being done to refurbish them. So, as I conclude, Honorable Chair, when the CEO was reporting, she made mention of the airlines that have interest in using our international airport, like Air Zimbabwe. Maybe one would like to know as to whether, after the deliberations with the people of Zimbabwe, you have made some follow-ups in making sure that their interests be realized. Yeah, I think I'm done, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable MSC, and your entourage. Firstly, let me, Chair, express my profound sense of gratitude for the presentations, more especially from the department, because as legislative oversight is constitutional mandated functions, if we see some pockets of excellence, we need to comment, more especially the issue around the fiscal discipline in the department, Honorable MSC. We really comment that the 97%, I think, to me, is a standard that I think things are being done properly and as per the book, but also the issue of the expenditure patterns. I'm quite impressed. Nevertheless, when you look MSC in the department, as much as we are impressed about the performance, but I think the fact of the matter is that you did not achieve all the targets for the fourth quarter, except in PSPS. That's the only, maybe that's how the subs in the province is performing because of the necessary support that the department is offering to that particular entity. And I think we need to get a clarity why missed targets. These are the targets that you have set for yourself and not us, imposed by us as the portfolio committee. I'm raising this Honorable MSC because we are at what you call the contracting phase, where we are approving APPs and the budget. And we wanted to follow the money that we have been appropriated to the department. Where does this money goes? And we need to account and hold you accountable in terms of what is happening. That's one thing that I think the department has to clarify. And I'm not convinced about the reasoning or the rationale of why you have missed those targets. To me, I think unless you can come with a compelling case and other reasons, advance other reasons why you missed the targets that you have set for yourselves. And what are the consequence management? Because this is a contract that you have signed with your executives to say, these are the things in terms of the achievability exercise. These are the things that you are going to do. And in the event that you don't do them, it means that consequences should be imposed of not achieving. It's not personal, but it's on the matter of a contract. Honorable Chair, on GAAL, perhaps if one has to put the doves in a row. I think there are three salient, if not pertinent, issues that I think I can isolate. That there is what we call the institutional fragility. The institution is fragile. It's fragile, and it is characterized by faltering policies. And if this thing is not arrested, we are going to experience what we call the collapse of the governance ethos, which I think you can see the signs that already they are there, Chair. What I'm referring to is what my colleagues have said about the performance of GAAL is the English that they taught me in primary is that they are unforgivably cringe-worthy. That means it's more embarrassing because of all the targets that they've set for themselves, even not a single one was achieved. Even a single one was achieved. And we're raising this in good faith and in good spirit because this is not an academic puzzle, but an existential fault line that we're observing as the committee. That I think we just witness a bizarre of and disturbing committee of errors. If they are not corrected, we run the risk of collapsing that entity. And I think we need to be firm in terms of that because our previous interactions with the committee was that they promised us efficiency and accountability. But I don't see any element of improvement. Rather, we are witnessing what we call, which is more insidious, that has to be dealt with, Chair. If we make a clinical assessment about what is obtainable, if we are discreet, meticulous and pedantic about how they conduct the business, the entity is infantilized in the language of the corporate governance. We don't have the requisite capacity to rescue that institution. That I think I'm subjected to correction. Is juniorized, if I wanted to put it in the language that I think people will understand better. And Chair, I think the number of the excuses that they always give, Honorable MSc, they've exhausted all the excuses that they've been giving us, unfortunately. I don't know what else they can convince us that I think. The fact that the chairperson is absent and he cannot tell you the reason why it's not available is a cause for concern for us as the committee because it's not only undermining you but also undermining us as the committee because you are our colleague. There are a number of issues that I think you have to tell us these stories and the English that we hear here. As the PFMA requires you to run a private company as 3D entity, and we expect the bankability, the liquidity, and the solvency of the institution, rather than to be dependent on the government grant. And that's one thing that I think you have to deal with. You tell us that no revenue was collected for advertising income due to unfurbished billboards. And the question that we wanted to put across is, who was supposed to furbish those billboards? Is it us as the portfolio committee? I agree you are telling us.
Who else? Or is there another God or another Satan who are supposed to come and furbish those billboards? You must tell us. And why that person is not engaged. And you are telling us that there is some inconsistent payments of monthly rentals from tenants. I think you have to tell us more. Agree when you are a tenant, you have an obligation to pay. But if you willy-nilly don't pay and nothing is happening, where is your contract management? It means that there are some deficiencies. And you said that you change the audit opinion target from Q4, Q2 is fine. Does it change your audit opinion? If you change it, I agree you change it from Q4 to 2. Does it make you to have a clean audit? If not, why not? Where are the matters of emphasis that have been raised so that you are unable to achieve the clean audit that are there? The percentage, I think, Chair, has been clearly articulated by my colleagues that you have missed them. But also, we are more interested, Chair, about you know, this thing of I'm just referring my notes as you were presenting. Okay, you are improcrew that has happened that at some stage flights were not able to land. Are we not likely to experience that dilemma or that embarrassment again as the province? Because that one is in the public domain. How are you going to address that the improcrew that got the attention, that embarrassing situation where flights could not land? And I mean, good governance is not a matter of theoretical contracts, but rather a catalyst for economic growth, social development, and public trust. But if you are unable to create job opportunities by failing, which I think to me is lagging because the institution have to be self-sufficient. And we, as the portfolio committee, I think there is no longer a room, Honorable Chair, for delays, excuses, and cosmetic compliance that we are witnessing in that cut. Otherwise, some of us will not part of that. This is not a ceremonial obligation, but constitutional obligations that I think you have to do. Otherwise, you'll be failing the Honorable MEC and the province as such, because these are some of the things that the checkpoints that I think we assess you on. But one question that I wanted to ask Honorable MEC is around the issue of the shareholder compact agreement. Do you sign that so that you are able, not a gentleman's agreement with the entity, because as the board, so that you are able to locate where are the bottlenecks, where are the structural challenges that are there, what are the strategic misalignments that you observe that we have to build a province where people will get more job opportunities, like I said, but also to provide ecosystem for our entrepreneurs. Because if you don't appoint, you rob these people who are participating in the business. And what do you then expect them to do? The other thing, the department, these are the municipalities that do not comply. What are your penalty laws?
rather than to write letters. I'm not convinced about writing letters. Like Honorable Nkonyama said, do you have penalties that are being imposed if in the event that these municipalities are not complying in terms of the revenue? If we don't advise you, you know, the students of history, Honorable Chair, Napoleon Bonaparte, the French Revolution, was not defeated. He was conquering all the nations. And when he was advised that we can't fight the Prussia and the Russia and Germany during this type of weather, he insisted to say, Nageaya, I'm going to fight. That's why they are saying that Napoleon Bonaparte was killed by the snow, was defeated by the snow. How many of us read the Popeye? What is the Popeye? Cartoons, whereby they are saying the emperor is naked. Because if we keep on praising you, GAAL or no, one day you'll walk around being naked and we have to praise you. That your suit is very beautiful. Unfortunately, we can't do that. Remember the words. We don't want to go when I want to go, because the tasteless to prolong life artificially is not the route that we have to take, unfortunately. This is the service to mankind, and this is the service that we expect from our public reps, our public entities to execute, but I don't see it happening, Chair. And I think they have to tell us. This thing of one of the flights requesting government guarantee. I know that government is not giving guarantees. How are you going to do it? Because the impression that you are creating is that you have promised them that you will give them the guarantee. Because that's a statement, because you are not explaining, you are just saying they've asked a guarantee, and the impression is that maybe you are going to give them a guarantee. Is it permissible for you to? Okay. No, it's fine. The budget, the department budget is saying that they are going to fund you to 2026-27. From 27-28, there is no allocation, but you are still saying that the 4.5 is going to be funded. How are you going to reconcile the two? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. MEC, we thank you for the presentation that the department has made, and I am happy. I am happy with the presentation. But my first question would be with regards to GAAL. Have you started with the recruitment of board members? And the other one is, CEO of GAAL will never stop talking about marketing. I'm partially now staying in Polokwane, and I am yet to see anything talking to the airport. When I move around town, I'm yet to see something that talks to the airport. So I think on the other issues, my colleagues have covered me. Then when it comes to the department, I again, MEC, HOD, commend you on the issue of employment of persons with disabilities, that you've outdone yourself, and I think you are leading in the province if you are at 6%. And, but now, the issue is you have employed these people, and my question would be, you are supposed to give them reasonable accommodation. are they, reasonable accommodation? Because you can employ someone, but that someone gets frustrated when they are supposed to do their work because there'll be no reasonable accommodation to them. So are you able to offer them reasonable accommodation? The other issue for me would be, now that you are at 6%, and we don't want to see other persons with disabilities disadvantaged, because we'll be looking at the targets that have been set long time ago and say, no, we are no longer going to employ persons with disabilities. We've surpassed the target that has been set. We wish to continue seeing you employing them and also offering them that reasonable accommodation. And you talked about the issue of contract, bus contracts that you are having. Can you give us outline the details per district? If you cannot do it now, you can send it to us later, but you give us per district, these are the contracts and these are the service providers that we have contracted per district, such that we do not have issues. We'll know that all the districts are covered. And also, there's an issue that as the department, you have discontinued the issue of the learnership program. And it is worrying because, you know, you are denying young people that issue of learning. You know, it's also a part of learning and experience that they would gain when they are doing the learnerships with the department. I think we could spare them that, to say what is the reason that made you discontinue the issue of learnership. That is covered in your APP, by the way. And thank you, Chairperson.
It's okay now. All right, thank you very much. With regards to the inputs that other members had made, it's quite significant. I will not reiterate further on them. Suffice to say, the other input will be after the presentation of the SAPS, because it has to do with domestic violence. It has to do with GBV. So we'll wait for the presentation of the SAPS. We'll take it as that. And the depleted fleet. Sometimes it's embarrassing when you drive on the N1. Coming, with a vendor flowing, if can these people really implement law enforcement? So the issue of fleet was long overdue, and it's highly appreciated HOD. And the 24/7 system, is it not what took us through the Easter holidays with the 0 fatalities? If Treasury agrees that is a plan that is, if implemented, MEC, it will really assist in attaining 0 facilities throughout the year, because that's where we should go to, January to December, not only during the holidays. And the intermodal facility is embarrassing, MEC. We need, when we come here to discuss the first quarter, colleagues, we must talk about how do we get out of that situation. 14 years, it's a long time. How many terms has it been, Honorable Moss? Since 20, how many terms of the legislature has it been? Is it not 2 administration later? We need MEC, when we come to discuss the first quarter, HOD, we must have a way forward. What is it that you do with it? So we remove it out of the issues that all the time we talk about intermodal facility. Let's get it off the record. It's really a long time that it has been there. And the invoices, for me, Limpopo is mad with previously disadvantaged people, MEC. that the smaller business that they do with all the departments, if they are really paid on time, I believe where they are seated, if they are watching, they will really want to send accolades or Rio. We really do thank you so much, because a small business, if I really an hour 5,000, I meet here 7,000, late year 2 months to pay, sometimes they need it with interest, but with the 30 days, I think it's something that we must build up on in HODs, and it's quite impressive. The targets, in all the meetings that we are sitting, we say as a portfolio committee, we are not responsible for putting up targets, both the department and the entity. Look at what we have achieved in the previous financial years, where you are going now. So you set targets for yourselves that you know. You rather have overachievements. But if you set targets you are unable to achieve, it becomes a problem, because you say, this we can do, but at the time of reporting, say, we were unable to. But we did not say, put 10 targets, put 5 targets. We said, what is it that we can do, MEC, in this financial year during your annual performance plan? This is what we're going to achieve. So let's go back to the issues of target. I don't know, because we are just going, we have approved the APP budgets, but I believe in these APPs and budget, the targets that are there are achievable targets, especially CEO GAAL with regards to the target in terms of frequent flyers. It's not something that you can say, no, we're going to have 2,000 frequent flyers in this financial year, knowing very well that you have one airline, and sometimes it's a malaba to buy 6 government officials. So when you set the targets, especially for those low-hanging fruits, look at what you have done before. Is this achievable? No, it's not. What is it that we can do? The previous year we have achieved maybe 500. Let's maybe move a bit in terms of marketing. You'll be looking at those other external factors that you put in place to be able to build up on your achievable targets. And I believe today will be the last time we are sitting where we are discussing about targets, because this is what you set for yourself, both HOD and the CEO. It's not what we set, it's what you set, and then you come and say to us, this is what we're going to achieve in a year. Let's kindly balance that disjuncture, HOD, to make sure that we are aligned and we are on a baseline together. In terms of the tenants, for me, it's in terms of the tenants. Just like when we come to the department, say, but there have been a lot of fatalities on the road. Sometimes it's things that are beyond your control. If I'm a drunk driver, we can't expect the MEC to be able to stop my car that I'm not involved in a road accident. But let's push and see, how do we get tenants? How do we make sure that we have the entity being able to sustain itself? But what Honorable Nkanyana said is very pertinent. At the beginning of when we said GAAL, it's a 3D entity. Looking at a rural province like Limpopo, how many frequent flyers are coming? When you see a lot of frequent flyers, it will say departments, officials are flying. In terms of us residents, do we have capacity to be flying to Gauteng? If we do not have, really. So those are the kind of business models. If we had a very functional board, the board would have sat in their own meeting, or we understand it's a 3D entity, but looking at the character of a province that is Limpopo, are we really able to generate income over and above the tenants, over and above the billboards? Are we able to generate income on that note? But I'm so elated with this last slide. It's not in our reports. We need to have it. And really to appreciate where, as a portfolio committee, I know we have raised issues of marketing, which when we see you are reaching targets, it says to us as a portfolio committee, we are really playing an effective oversight. But if then the board of directors were able to implement their mandate and mandate very well, MEC, maybe we'll be talking of different inputs today, or okay, this is the problem the board has seen, and these are the interventions that they've made, which then said, I know as the portfolio committee, we don't have any say in terms of appointment of the board. But Honorable MEC, on behalf of this committee, I don't believe there will be any member of the board that will bring back to the people of Limpopo. And this I'm saying without fear of being contradicted. We can get a newspaper saying the portfolio committee is interfering, but we are interfering based on what we see happening. We must take our airport seriously, and we must take the people of this province very serious in that regard. And what is BMA? CEO, in our first meeting, we said, you see some of these things, tell us, or BMA is this and that. We are not aviation experts, but we are not dumb enough. We understand, we'll hear and understand. So we need to know what is BMA, because if you say, for the first time in GAAL, we're able to get a lease agreement, we need to know, okay, what is BMA and what is it doing in our entity there? And the people that have not been paying, the tenants, have you made any strides to really shake them up a bit? And we need to know that if there are plans in place, and the lending procedures that were suspended, maybe clarify us and also the people of this province, because we don't want to hear say, or hey, the flights will fall and this, and because of your doing or that of the board. Maybe in short, you just take us through. And I believe other matters have been covered. And this matter of domestic violence and GBV, will present it as and when we have done with your presentation, Provincial Commissioner. So MEC, just in brief, and HOD and CEO, let's kindly address those issues raised by the honorable members. Then we can go to receive a presentation from the South African Police Service.
Thanks, Chairperson. And let me take this opportunity again to thank the honorable members for their questions and inputs that they've made. Let me start by the issue of when are we advertising the board. I'm sure as from tomorrow, the advert will be out. I've signed it last week. The only thing, I signed it before going outside the country, but it is going to be out by tomorrow. If not tomorrow, by Monday, it will be out. I've signed it. And the issue of what is happening in front of us, as I said in our last meeting, that my failure to meet with the board, I'm sure is the outcome, this is the outcome for us not meeting as expected. Because always when I want to meet with the board, I will meet with the CEO. Because the board members always, most of them are not available. The chairperson is always outside, as you know, that board members are not full-time and are doing their job in the board as the board members. They are always doing something. So they are here as part-time members. So I'm sure that's the reason why. And when I first met with them, my question was, why was the board's time frame extended? What was the reason? So I didn't get any answer because they didn't extend themselves. So we just said, it's fine, I'm going to work with you, but I told them that I'm not going to take some of them back, not all, because I will be looking into something. I don't want just to say all of them, but it will depend. Okay, well, that's why I'm saying, I'm going to appoint a new board. Yeah, I'm going to appoint a new board. The other things, I won't say it in front of anyone, but I'm going to appoint a new board. And there's another thing of saying, it looks like the department is not going to recruit for this 2025, 2026 new recruits for traffic officers. No, we're going to recruit for 2025, 2026, 2025, 2026, but they will start 2026, 2027, going to the college. So that is on the way, as I said during my speech. So I will hand over for, like the issue of target, Chairperson, even during our briefing session, I told my HOD and the CEO for GAAL to say, but it is a little bit embarrassing when we sit down and come up with targets that we fail to meet. But those answers or mitigating factors that they've mentioned here, we thought sometimes it's enough or is convincing enough to can convince the board, the portfolio. But if not, it means we'll go back and sit down again and come up with something that will be in line in making sure that the departments as well as the GAAL is functional. Because we don't want a situation where GAAL will die in our hands. So we'll try by all means to make sure that we go back. I'm sure with the new board, because I can't say anything with the present, the current board, because there's nothing that's happening between us and them. So with the new board, I promise some of the things will change. Thanks. Chairperson, when you see me going out, I have to connect for NSOP. I'm debating. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just tackle the questions that were provided. On the 30 days, I'm with my colleagues on the 30 days payment. No, not this one is not even a question. Revenue collection on the municipalities. I'm going to allow the CFO just to talk to it in terms of the efforts that we're putting as a department, because in many of these municipalities, Chair, we move to a point where we just assist. If you look at Tawazimbi and them, we just move in and assist. But in the main, the CFO will talk to it. On the issue of the shortage of officers for us to be able to deal with the issue of 24/7, I'm going to allow Mr. Matsela to talk to it. I do know that there's a phased approach that we're dealing with, and the issues to say what is the current shortage. The target's not changed in transport regulation, also in that Matsela will talk to it. I can assure the committee that it's not a copy and paste. Normally when we develop our targets, we use the baseline, the previous achievement as our baseline. So, and most of our targets are informed by national targets, but that Matsela will talk to it. Let me talk to the Toyando. In terms of where we are going, I'm not going to dwell much on where we come from, because this whole project started in 2011. But to date, Chairperson, we have we've been attempting through public works to get this thing going. There were struggles in that area to an extent that we then started to point them at IDT. Through public works now, we are with IDT. They have appointed the consultants. They've done the specifications. They're actually at the point where they are adjudicating the project. I think now in July, we should be able to do handover of the site. In August, we should be able to see progression in terms of construction of this. With the amount that we have as budget, we're given the amount by the experts, our consultants. So we're excited that it will be completed. And then we do know that there were serious delays, there are court issues that are there. Right now in July, the contractor will be appointed. In August, work will commence, Chairperson. It is going to be implemented by IDT. Yes, and we are meeting monthly with IDT team just to ensure that the project plan that they've developed is followed to the latter. So that's how you don't want to miss out on this very same one. Chairperson, on the issue to say we did not meet all our targets, let me first start by apologizing as the HOD, and I'm very obsessed with achievements, and my team knows that when it comes to achievement of targets, because we are the ones who set them, I do not back down. On the amount of revenue collected, it is indeed the municipalities. They pay, but they pay late. By the time we closed our books, we had not collected the way we wanted to. the monies that started to come a little late. On the SMS, 50%, Chair, indeed, in the year under review, the 24-25, we had only one SMS post that was available, and we could not meet the target. We have 3 now just to try and remediate. The 3 that are advertised at SMS level, the target is that we need to go for females. Of course, we're looking for those who are qualifying, those who are competent to display the capacity that we need. But we're going to try and leverage on this to achieve on this one. On the number of ICT initiatives, we've taken disciplinary actions against the director, chairperson, because we have tried over the financial year to advise the director, to assist the director, but the issue of the willingness was the key factor, and then we're taking disciplinary actions to a point where I think the director is deciding otherwise on being an employee going forward. On the PRE hearings, it's all about dependencies. The more we receive applications, that's the more we process them. And we've used the benchmark from the other years, and I think there were fewer applications this time around, and we do apologize for that. On the GNT matter, it is known that we have tried with GNT, we have had meetings with them, we have said to them, go and subcontract. They will agree, they will advertise, but they never get to the end of their processes. We're fortunate now that the way we have modeled the whole bus contract issue, GNT, even if they're not performing, others will be able to come in and assist GNT. On the number of vehicles stopped and checked, also, just in reiteration, we have been unfortunate with the bad weather conditions. This year's rains were abnormal when you look at the, comparatively with other years. So once you have 5 days of rain, you cannot subject traffic officers to stopping vehicles in the rain. But also when it rains perpetually, we have fewer vehicles traveling and less accidents in that regard. The unreasonable accommodation of our persons with disability, that Mangena will amplify on it, but I can indicate that we provide them with assistive devices, chairperson, and plus training. And then we ensure that they when needed, there are disability assistants appointed. So that is an issue that we look at, and then we don't back down. But I would want to that Mangena to also have a word on that. And on the bus contracts details, we will submit a report, chairperson, detailed per district, how many buses and all of those issues around routes. And that Mangena will also talk to the issue of discontinuation of a learnership program. And on 24/7, this is my last one, the 24/7 shift system. If you look at our achievement, chairperson, in December, now during the Easter, we've been doing our 24/7 on an overtime basis. It's not sustainable. That is why we want to a 24/7 shift system where our officers will start to rotate. The successful implementation of this will rely on more traffic officers that we do not have currently. We have got 147 additional. It is really giving us leverage to start phase 1. But if we are not given more as we requested, the challenge is when you want to go to phase 2 and phase 3, you need more boots on the ground, and we don't want to start to burden our officers with long hours, and they will then burn out. But again, if we go into overtime, it's not sustainable, it's too expensive, unlike the 24/7 shift system. We have done consultations, and we're at a point where we then report to our unions, and so that when we implement, we are sure the unions are actually walking the same path with us. And we believe Treasury is listening to us, because they can see that when a department spends 100 million per financial year on overtime, we can take that amount and employ officials on a full-time basis. It's job opportunities, but we need these officials. Unlike when we have overtime, it's the same officials that we're just keeping at work for longer hours, and which is really not sustainable over a long period. I think in the main, Chair, with your indulgence, may I pass the mic to my colleagues just to fill up gaps quickly?
Thank you, Chairperson. Members are quite correct regarding some of these municipalities who are not paying on time. And I heard the Honorable indicating or asking if there is any penalty clause on our SLAs. Let me indicate that we don't have any penalty clause. Looking at the municipalities that they are a government institution, generally treasury guidelines, they encourage dispute resolutions. So hence we keep on talking to them. When they pay, at the end of the day is that they pay, but they pay us late, which is not ideal because sometimes we would look as if we are not doing what we said we will be doing. But we know that most of them, they don't pay because they have financial issues, they are under distress, and they have cash flow problems. So if we're going to add penalties, I believe that is just going to make their financial position even worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. Yeah, I'll talk to the issue of disability and the learnership. In terms of our target, we want to be at 2% appointment of persons with disabilities in the department. The issue of the 6% is for the fourth quarter, whereby we appointed 103 employees, and out of the 103, 6 were persons with disability. We're just accounting for that quarter, that is 6%, but we are not yet at 2%, we are towards 2%. So we're trying to fast track the appointment of persons with disability in the department, looking onto the target of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities by 2030, whereby we should be at 7%. We providing reasonable accommodation for persons with disabilities in the department. Out of the current employees with disability, they are around 20, we are around 23. The department is providing computer devices, disability assistance to assist those employees, including we have 2 deaf employees. They've got a sign language person appointed by the department to make sure that there's interpretation there. And there's a very active disability forum in the department. And as we speak in May, given the developments around the appointments, the GTO IT person was in the meeting of that forum consolidating computer and other related needs of the newly appointed, because it's not all persons with disabilities that will need reasonable accommodation. In the main is those who are blind. And on the learnership, through advice from AGSA and oversight institutions, we normally had learnership for 12 months, like the traffic law enforcement at the college. But currently, we have a learnership on mechanical with the apprenticeship, which is running for 3 years. So advice we got was that we should only report on that when they've completed the learnership. It is in the a strategic plan of 2025-2030, but it's not in the current APP because we are not going to achieve that during 25-26 financial year. The learnership started in February 2025. It will run up to 2028. So we'll only report in that year. Hence, the comment, I saw the comment by the portfolio committee that we plan for the learnership, but it's not in reflecting on our targets in the APPs because it's a 3-year qualification that we can report in pieces. We'll only report when it is completed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may continue, on the issues that were raised relating to traffic management, the HOD was able to narrate and expand on the matter relating to the plan for recruitment of the officers. There is a plan that talks to the 24-hour service that must be implemented by the department in order for us to be able to cover all our major routes that we currently unable to continue to maintain through our deployments. But what we do during the festive season and the Easter, we normally make sure that they are all covered for 24 hours. It has been a problem due to the lack of personnel, but that whole plan in terms of our consultative process will be able to make sure that we are able to provide and to resource our officers with the increasement of the number. It is correct, members, that the request that was, or the indication that was made, that we may be running short of about 700 officers. There are stations that have been targeted in the province to say these are the main stations that if we have to implement the 24/7, they are going to be the ones that when we run this process in phases, they are going to be our target. I can, for sure, Chairperson, make an indication that as the MEC has indicated that we are going to continue with the recruitment. It's only that these officers are going to start in the next financial year. This matter talks to the first issue that was raised, talking to the targets. There are customized targets that are aligned to the national planner in terms of the strategic focus that require human resource. So that those targets are able to be evaluated and assessed at the end of each and every financial year, then we will be able to, after the appointment or assessment of the outcome of the appointed officers that we have just appointed, as the HOD has indicated this year, we will be able to change the targets. It was difficult to change the targets, Chairperson, because we were not able to increase the number of the officers. I think the other one that was mentioned is the issue of the fleet, that some of our vehicles are not presentable, and it is an embarrassment as well. But HOD, we have agreed that we need to increase the fleet, and before the end of this month, we may be getting about 74 vehicles that will be deployed for traffic, and we will be able to increase. It talks to the issue as well in terms of identifying the compliance, in terms of making sure that we are able to provide resources to our officers when we look at the deployment. Thanks very much.
Just before the end of this month, is that a commitment or something that we must still go and verify?
It is a commitment, Chairperson. I've just briefed the HOD to say the order is out. Those vehicles will be purchased. If the orders are out, then we will be receiving delivery before the end of this month. Are you
comfortable with before the end of the month target? You'll send it to us as a report.
Let's forward it as a report, Chairperson. Thank you.
HOD, you hear how many times I took it back to him. We can't be seated here and you make a commitment come the 1st of August. We hear there was a supply chain processes. I know why I'm saying this, HOD. When I say things that you need to send as a report, please do. I'm avoiding when you come here on the 1st of August. These meetings are live. There will be serious level of uncomfortability and let me leave it there. I carry, you know how many times I took it back, HOD. It's a committee. You heard, you heard, Honorable Moss? Thank you very much. That's what we have noted. Are you done, Team Transport?
Yeah, we are done, Chairperson. Thank you for that. We will submit a report. I think he was talking in terms of our action plan. On the resolutions, Chair, if you allow us just to submit a report in terms of the progress on the resolutions. I do know that there was an issue around, I think it was stock theft, and then the report was actually solicited from from SAPS, but allow us to go back and submit a written report on updates. We apologize for that.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, CEO, please just quickly go through. Let's go to the SAPS.
Thank you. Firstly, Chairperson, we note the concerns that come from the committee in terms of performance of the entity, and we'll take it back with us for reflection and make sure that there's improvement. But we will also go back and relay the message regarding the concern of the board issues. In terms of the questions that were asked, the first one was related to the day-to-day duties of the board. I think I'll pass that one to the board to respond to. And the issue regarding GAAL being a 3D, if it shouldn't have been 3C, I know that the current board has brought the issue up with SCOPA, and SCOPA was not very impressed with that presentation. And the opinion was that the province was well aware when they decided this to be a 3D, because there is belief that it should be revenue generating. Regarding the issues around the SCM, whether SCM plays a role in specifications, SCM plays a role in terms of the specification committee, and the challenges at the moment is that we only have 2 people in SCM, the SCM manager and the SCM officer. And we have been experiencing a lot of absenteeism from one of the employees, which have literally left the department with 1 person. We are in the process of taking disciplinary action to correct that. But over and above that, in terms of what we're doing, we have funded a new position, and we are waiting formal approval from the Treasury to implement that request, so that we increase and we end up with 3 people in the department. The board has also put a subcommittee that sits with the CFO on a monthly basis to make sure that there is support given to finance, and also to track that there is progress in terms of implementing the procurement plan. I will pass the marketing strategy comment to our commercial services manager, our senior commercial services manager, to respond. The question relating to marketing, just a comment that I would like to make in terms of the use of the airport. We are going to departments and ask them to support, but there are a few opportunities that we believe that as a province, we do not maximize the use of our airport, Chairperson. And I'll give an example. When we had the people that were riding on bicycles to go to Cape Town, and those people were coming back into the province, we believe that we have missed an opportunity as a province where those people were received at OR Tambo, when there was an opportunity to actually extend their travel all the way to Polokwane. And those are small pockets of things that we as a province should be harnessing to make sure that we market our province, but also to make sure that we use our airport as a province. With regards to Hoedspruit, the reason why Hoedspruit is booming is because of the caliber and the reasons why people go to that side. The caliber of passengers, but also the reason why people go to the Hoedspruit side. Currently, the people that are traveling there are tourists, international tourists, that are going to the Kruger National Park. Now, if we look at the people that are visiting Polokwane, it's a different market of people that are here for business. And there needs to be collaboration and teamwork in terms of the province to create activities of why people come to Polokwane. And as Polokwane International Airport, we are doing our best to market, but there needs to be joint hands from everybody that is a role player in terms of creating reasons to visit Polokwane. The MEC has already responded to the appointment of the board. The concern about the process of getting tenants to fix their own space and we claw back has been noted, and we will go back and review and see if there are other strategies that we can employ to make sure that we don't put our tenants in that situation. With regards to the progress on resolutions, we will do the same, go back, take stock, and write a report in terms of implementation. The two that I can remember was the Bosberat that had to be held, which has already been implemented, but then the reports that we had to submit, which we have already submitted. But Chairperson will go back and just take stock and send a report. Regarding the airlines, specifically regarding to Zim Air, if we have made follow-up, since the meeting we had with them at the Indaba, we have had 2 other meetings with them. The last meeting, which was last week, Thursday, on the 26th of June. And in the meeting, we were discussing incentives that we can offer as an airport to make sure that they are launch and them picking up as a business is much more lending softer, if I use, out of lack of better word. So the incentives that we are considering as an airport is that we would start with discounts in terms of aeronautical revenue, where in the beginning we will exempt them, but as their load factor increases, we also start increasing percentages in terms of the charges that we charge them on the aeronautical fees. Regarding the audit opinion, moving it to Q2 does not change the current audit opinion, but the point we were making is that in the new when we get a new audit opinion, we would like to achieve a clean audit, meaning that the audit that AG is currently busy with, we are targeting a clean audit. Hence, we are targeting it in Q2, because in Q4, the audit opinion would have been out already. So it doesn't change the audit opinion, but we were changing the timing where we are setting the targets. Chairperson, with regards to the flights not being able to land, there is a detailed report that we have sent to the committee, but in brief, the reason why we are not able to land is because there are landing procedures that are drafted by ATNS, which is the air traffic control for the country. And those procedures are then approved by the South African Civil Aviation Authority. These procedures are submitted every 5 years, and they are then distributed or disseminated down to the airport so that we are able to use them. Our procedures were due for review last year. ATNS was not able to get the approval from the CAA. CAA then offered ATNS an extension to have these approved by the 31st of March, and yet again ATNS then missed the target. That meant that CAA suspended those procedures, and as an airport we are then not able to use them. So how it affects the airport is that in an event where there is bad weather and the procedures are suspended, the pilot then depends on visual observation to be able to see the runway before they can land. So the flights that were affected were mostly the morning flights, because at that time it's cloudy and it's misty. In terms of the permanent solution is that we are in the process of acquiring an instrument landing system, which will not take away 100% of failed landings, because whether it's an act of God. And even with an ILS, the ILS will reduce the number of missed flights, but will not totally take it away. So we are busy with getting funding through Treasury to be able to buy an ILS. Since the procedures have been, the suspension has been uplifted, we have not had any challenges with regards to our lending. The question about the MEC signing a shareholder agreement is signed on a yearly basis between the board and the MEC, because it's one of the conditions for us to be able to get the grant from the department. The issue regarding to SAM Air, we have indicated to SAM Air that we cannot give them a financial assurance or surety, And we believe that it's not a good marketing model, business model, because what it means is that some can have months where they're not marketing because they've got a fallback plan. What we have said to them we can do firstly is the incentives that we have offered, the same that we have offered to Zim Air. But we have also said we will go to legislature and get the statistics so that they can see MPLs and members of legislature that are moving between here and Cape Town so that they can get comfort in terms of the number of people that have are moving. So we have not promised them any financial support. Chairperson, let me apologize for using abbreviations. BMA is Border Management Agency, and in the Border Management Agency is where the immigration sits, and also Port Health. So they have to be at the airport as part of the us maintaining our international license, because they are responsible for clearing any regional or international flights. In terms of what we are doing with the tenants, the first thing is that we, and the tenants are paying, it's just that they've been inconsistent. In some cases, they would skip a month, and then the next month they would pay 2 months' rent. But we have been sending them letter of demands. We have taken the opportunity that most lease agreements were due for renewal and have tightened up certain terms and conditions in the lease agreement. But in extreme cases, we have gone to an extent of locking them out. And the minute we lock them out, we then get the reaction of them coming to pay, but also talking to us about their challenges and making arrangements in terms of the making payment arrangements. Chair, I'll pass the mic to one of our board members and to our senior commercial services manager to just answer the 2 questions that are left.
Just in detail, because already there's a serious challenge with regards to the board. So let them kindly do ask exactly the pertinent question that we had raised, only that, and take it to the marketing. Then we're done with the presentation from yourselves.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. As a board, we take note of all the concerns raised by the portfolio committee members. Chair, if you can remember in our last presentation, I did allude to the members of the committee, the same embarrassment we had in Q3. I did say that also it applies in Q4. We did not perform as expected, and I did apologize for that on behalf of the board members. And I did allude or inform the members of future plans and commitments that as a board we have made, and we have started with it. I think we have had in the report of the CEO mentions of meetings that we are conducting on a monthly basis. It is only myself and one member of the board who is an expert in project management. We hold meetings once in a month. We don't do daily work. We are an oversight body. We have got an annual work plan that gets approved at a board level, where we meet once in a quarter. Also, in our committees, we have got meetings once a quarter. We only do oversight. In this particular instance, where we are now deeply dealing with supply chain management processes, it is the first time, Honorable Chair, that we are tapping into operations. In actual fact, we are not supposed to be operational, but because most of the CAPEX projects were carried forward in the new financial year. And we're pleased, really, in terms of progress, that almost all of the adverts were submitted to Provincial Treasury, only the 2 that the CEO has mentioned. We are working tirelessly as a board. We are members in different provinces, and we don't normally meet physically due to we are trying to save the entity, some cash flow. So we always conduct our meetings virtually, Honorable Chair. so that we are not part of the reasons why the entity may have issues in terms of their cash flow. So we are really committed in supporting the entity and in making sure that the performance of the organization really improves. I want to ensure the portfolio committee that in the first quarter of this new financial year, you will definitely see improvement. I think the chairperson, in his last appearance here, he used to make this example to say when we got in, the entity was in ICU. We managed to take the entity out of the ICU into a ward. We believe that before our term ends in September, the entity will be out of the hospital. That is our commitment, and we want to appreciate the time and the trust that you had in appointing us Honorable MEC, and we believe and we hope that you'll be able to really appoint a new board that will really make a difference where we had failed you. We do want to apologize for that. Thank you so much.
Failure is a very big word. Tomorrow somebody will be reluctant to give you a new responsibility, showing you this particular video. So you agree that you are failures where you did not achieve. I think it's proper. Thank you so much, board member.
Thank you, Chairperson. The first question was about our marketing initiatives to collaborate with municipalities and get them to use our flights. We have a good relations with our municipalities, however, not all 22 yet, but we have regular meetings with them. We sit in the same forums. Our biggest competitor in terms of getting municipalities and departments flying with our carrier is the N1 and also the claims. The N1 is a very beautiful road, I think we'll all agree. So it's difficult to get people to stop driving to Gauteng and instead fly to Gauteng. And also the motivation of claiming when they've traveled. So we are struggling, and the municipality heads are confirming that the struggle is to get them on the flights. They all want to rather drive and claim. In terms of the N1, or in terms of flying, aviation is a game of numbers. If we don't have people flying, we won't be able to get carriers to commit to flying people. And if we don't have carriers, many carriers or more than one carriers, it will still stay expensive to keep Airlink. Airlink will still keep the rates high, and it will be difficult to convince even the normal public to fly. So through this platform, I'm still saying, can we still, you as a chairperson of the committee, motivate for us that the municipalities also assist us, the legislature, please, we want to see you also flying through our airport. That will also help. The next one was about the marketing strategy. I won't go deep into marketing strategy because we shared it with the committee from the last meeting that we had. But what I can say is that previously we didn't have a budget to execute our marketing strategy. This financial year, fortunately, we have a budget, even though it's a low budget of only about 700,000 that we got, and we are going to start implementing it within now this month. The delay was also, again, SCM capacity that we had. We were targeting all the SCM tenders that had to go out before June. Now that they are all out and we've met our targets, we are going to go to other tenders that are not part of, or other SCM processes that are not part of the APP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. HOD CEO will just pack here a bit. We are going to SAPS and Provincial Commissioner. You know what I wanted to do? I want to allow them to give us their reports. I said when we are taking questions from SAPS, if there's any issue that is way left out, we can then bring them back. It's 2 o'clock. No, we are not leaving, colleagues. We are not leaving. Put those inputs or follow-ups as and when we are about to conclude with the SAPS areas that they've responded to. that honorable members feel that they should still come back, we definitely will do. It's 2 o'clock. I want to allow the provincial commissioner to give us a own report as well. So at the time we take questions for clarity from the SAPS, we then will then slot in the HOD, the entity with regards to those matters that they've responded to. Pretty please, honorable members, it's 2 o'clock. I would still want the provincial commissioner to report to us while she's still in a good tempo. Thank you, honorable members. PC, you can take us through.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much, and good afternoon already to all the honorable members of our portfolio committee and the HOD, the MEC in absentia. All protocol observed. You? I can't see my notes. All right, Chairperson, I must say Brigadier Matata will do the presentation in terms of the 2 quarters, the 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter. There's other information that Chairperson, you said I must also allude on. I would not have loved to do just a narrative, but I'll just do some snapshots. And if there's any information in details that is needed, reports are available, we can provide those particular reports. I must say, if you look at the quarter number 3, in terms of how the crime is performing, I'm not talking to the crime yet, but I'm just doing some hints out where maybe the portfolio committee's attention should be drawn. If you look at the broader category, like your contract crime, and you look at property crime, you look at crimes dependent on police action, we have achieved. We did not, because if you see the green and the red then says we did not make it, but the green says we have made it. And in terms of the 17 priority crimes that we are measuring, which we are focusing on quarter 3, you will see, Chairperson, that we only had a problem on assault, GPH, and common assault, as well as commercial crime. But then when you look at quarter 4, at the same time, then you will see that we only had a problem on commercial crime. So in our own terms, we will say in quarter 3, we did not achieve on 3 areas of crimes, focus areas of the crime, which was assault, GPH, and common assault, as well as commercial. Commercial seem to be stubborn in the province of lately, because people are indulging into shopping online and many other frauds that takes place based on either whether the banking, whether it's the card fraud and all others, and it gives us a little bit of some challenge. That is why you see in quarter 4, after we implemented a number of strategies, then we only had we had 1 raid, which was the commercial crime. Quarter 3 was made by the fact that it was the festive season, Chairperson. At that time, you will know that policing in Limpopo will get to be more intense, because we receive a lot of people coming for holidays and festivities at home. And unfortunately, it warrants us that we should double our personnel. But with the personnel that we have, we still try our level best to make sure that we cover the space that matters the most. I must also indicate that it is the same time for quarter 3 where we will see people were partying left and right. And during those parties, liquor is involved. There's bashes. I think we policed a lot of festivals in almost all the district. At some point, we saw festival, it was like 3 or 4 in one particular district that were there. We also saw the issues, perhaps the issues like the issues of GPV was like also giving us some problems at that particular time, because that is where, because GPV and F sometimes escalate to assault common and to assault GPH as well. I must indicate, Chairperson, that when we implement some of the strategies, we have categorized our stations in terms of so that we can focus. Out of the 107 stations that we're having, we had to look at what are the top 30 stations that are contributing heavily in the province in terms of crime. And then we then also even go further and say what are the top 10 stations that are contributing heavily so. And then what are the top 10 stations that are contributing heavily on the GBVF. And for those stations, these are the stations that we channel most of our energy in terms of making sure that we cover a lot of other spaces. Our strategy is central to a 5-pillar approach, Chairperson, which talks to the first issues relates to the intelligence gathering and also analyzing of intelligence and also coordinating some activities. This is where we identify what are the trends in the province in terms of crime, where our hotspot areas, and then we then feed our operatives with that particular information. And also that is where we also look at profiling those that we have arrested. Then we develop the intelligence product that we work on as and of when we do our operations. Then pillar number 2, it talks to our proactive approach. The proactive approach relates to us being high visible where it matters the most. We do our route security, we do the route blocks in conjunction with traffic as well. We look at all other critical key points, our hotspot areas, and then we also look at the compliance in terms of second-hand dealers, compliance with the liquor outlets, compliance for Spicer Shop, and we run certain operations in that regard. The other pillar then relates to combat. Combat is now in relation to our investigative capability that then begins to do the investigation where we mobilize also other role players to assist. Then we do also crowd controls. We also make sure that our stabilization plan of certain areas where perhaps it's met by unrest is in place. That is the combat approach. The reactive approach is where we do the investigation and do the arrest. We look at our wanted suspects that has been circulated. We do the tracing operations. The last pillar is the communication approach, Chairperson, for that reason that we continuously communicate on a quarterly basis. How did we perform in terms of crime in the province, and not only that, and also to conduct some awareness, educating our community, and also give some insights in terms of crime. I must say, among other strategies that we have employed, if you see this picture, and I can safely say it is giving us the results that we want to see. We have been in Operation Kukula, which Operation Chanela, but lately when we converged with the minister, then we adopted Operation Chanela 2. And this Operation Chanela 2, the focus is that we will have to make some inroads in terms of the recovery of firearms, in terms of the murders, and also the illicit mining, and the other issues is like issues of your extortions in construction sites. I must say, yes, we are implementing that Operation Chanela, and of lately, because crime is evolving, it moves and it changes its color time and again, then we had to continuously go to the drawing board and say, what do we do next, and maybe adjust on our plans. We might not be directly in line at this point in time in terms of how the Operation Chanela 2 supposed to be with the days, which I will not even explain further, Chairperson, for reason of security. But we have decided that in the province of Limpopo, we will look at where the crime is, what is happening, and make sure that we cover that space, irregardless whether it's a Monday, it's a Sunday, because we picked up the times as well when the crime is committed in the province. Otherwise, if we continue, it gets to be static, and people tend to study our moves to say, when are we operating? So we are operating almost from Sunday to Sunday. We have also Operation Valumgodi that is in place, and this is an operation that is funded by national, which provide us a capability that is deployed in the province just to focus on illicit mining. We also have partnered extensively with Amakosi through our traditional policing approach. We collaborate with them in many other instances. We also look at our partnership policing in terms of our community policing and the community in blue and the CSF chairperson to ensure that we make sure that they are viable in terms of how they should operate and the equipment maybe perhaps that they need. We have a budget that is allocated for that, and which we have been allocated even since last year, and even this year we got that budget. And that budget would dictate what needs to be done. We engage with the CPFs in terms of looking at their needs, critical needs. That in the main, the budget, we have used it to purchase vehicles so that it can move them from one pillar to another. It's not enough, but at least it's something that assists us to add on our fleet, to assist the community policing forums. We have the rural safety strategy that we're implementing in the province. We have good relationship with our rural community, and the structures that are there are really assisting the province in terms of dealing with crime. We have also adopted a safer school project, which runs in consultation with the Department of Education. We have schools that are linked to police stations, and we're going to make sure, particularly those schools that are problematic in a particular station precinct. We also run intense awareness programs in terms of GBV, particularly this time, and I think Chairperson, maybe the figures will also say that later, but I'm just in passing alluding to that, because the government has adopted the 90 days pledge for GBV and F, and we have seen the awareness that we have done talking to that, and it also talks to the number of the cases that we have collected when it comes to sexual offenses as a whole. We have teams that we deploy into the high contact crime stations, even though I did not mention them because I cannot name them all out of my head. And then we also focus on cross-border operations to deal with the transnational crimes. Yes, when it comes to problematic areas that we have in the province that sits in our space, issues of vigilantism, when it comes to murder, it's still one issue that we have to work very hard on it. On certain part of the province, certain station precinct, you still get a situation where when a person is suspected to have committed crime, and the community catch up that person, and then they assault the person to an extent that some people die and some they are injured, and then escalate to attempted murders as well as assault GPH at some point. We also, we see the GBVF, like I've indicated, in the province of Limpopo becoming more problematic. If I look at the national picture in terms of the GBV, in terms of rape in particular, if I can be precise, I have 4 stations that sit at the top, as top 30, at the top 30 of the national in the country. And Toyando has remained being a problem, alternating from position 1 at times position 2. So these are the stations. Sishiko is 1, Mankongi is 1, and then Make and Kiane, they alternate at some point. These stations here, we are focusing on them and also looking what is going on in the community itself. We have a GPV and F plan of the province, which is aligned to our national strategic plan, which we deal with in terms of GPV, and we are working on it. We are getting allocation also from head office in terms of looking at improving the environment to allow the victims of gender-based violence to have a viable environment. That amount in the province, we have received 4 million in that regard as well, which it's not enough, but we are trying to deal with it and making the environment better in some areas of the province where we're still encountering problems. Yes, on amongst other issues, other problems that we have on the GBVF, it relates to toxic relationship. I think there's more other stakeholders need to come on board to deal with such issues to assist us, because us as police, we are at the receiving end. You find parents are sending their children late hours to go to the spaza shops, and on their way back, they are then confronted by this scourge of rape. You also see the late reporting in terms of that, and in the province, what was prevalent these days was that parents will tend to come and report now because the teenager is pregnant or the minor is pregnant. And that has been going on in almost all the districts in the province. You find that, one of the things is for us to do policing through environmental design, and which is still one of the problems that we're having. If people have to cross from one village to another, some places are still bushy, and women walking in that, they find themselves to be victims. So definitely there is a role that municipality needs to play, which we are engaging them as and of when we have these bilateral meetings with them. Among other issues also that it's troubling in our space is the chieftaincy infighting in the province, which sometimes escalate to your malicious damage to property, your assault as well. It contributes in that space as well. And then you got issues of instability that are created by issues of service delivery in terms of electricity, this load reduction, and also the issues of tenders in the mines, which escalate to different groupings fighting for terrain to do business with particular mines. We have picked up some sporadic taxi-related issues also in the province, which we are dealing with, and stock theft is always a priority in our space because our people depend on the stock as a bank for our African nation. I must say our priorities in terms of our focus areas and the successes, I may not allude on it, Chairperson, but I'm open to provide a report for the fourth quarter as well as the third quarter. But I must say that more than at this point in time, on the last quarter, on this quarter that we have confiscated more than 80 vehicles, which many in the main, like we have a problem of the smuggling of vehicles from towards Zimbabwe. In the main, some of the vehicles are coming from other provinces, which Gauteng dominates mostly. Their vehicles, we recover them in this province. I must say that, as I spoke about the GBVF, one of the other things that we have seen children becoming more target as compared to the above 18 women, but the children becomes more problematic as well as the elderly. Chairperson, you will know that of lately we had a 40-year-old son who have killed his own mother and cut and chop her into pieces in the precinct of Mashashan. Many other cases that I can relate to that affects elderly women. Internally, so in our own space, because Chair, you'll know in the House that viable space creates that energy to any worker. Our infrastructure issues is still a problem. You'll understand that the station of Mankweng, which is one station which has been in the top 30 national, we're still struggling with the accommodation, the building that is not completed. And it has been promises 1 year in, 1 year out. We were sure that last year the promise was that it will be advertised But up to now, we still don't see any movement, anything, and that is really creating some challenges for us. And moreover, Imankong is one of the stations that are contributing in terms of the GBVF. We have a high demand of services that are requested from us, requests like we need a satellite or we need a contact point. And at this point in time, we are working on our organizational development to make rounds and look at the requests that we have received from Amakosi, where we think it's urgent that then we put our mobile truck to assist just for services that can be provided at that particular case. We have challenges at this moment. I think we were one of the best provinces when it comes to garage management, but our garages are dropping as well. And that is contributed by the fact that we have a shortage of mechanics in our garages, contribute worse, and some of other contracts that have been coined nationally at Treasury that are also creating problem for us, because Limpopo, you'll find like the spare parts, we'll have to get it in Gauteng for them to be here. And that also create a problem. Of lately, we were told that only because it was a serious challenge that we raised, it was indicated that we might also look for sourcing from around, but sometimes you struggle to get parts of some of the vehicles that we're having. Yeah, that on its own, it creates impacts on service delivery, because some of our vehicles are not able, the turnaround time it's affected, and our vehicles are not able to be back on the route on time. We also have seen that we are going thin in terms of the canine, our dogs. It's a national problem at this moment, but we have realized that ourselves we are ailing, and these dogs, you will remember, Chairperson, that it assists us, like the sniffer dogs in terms of the drugs and explosive, which this province, in the main, if we work very hard and our successes relates to recovery of explosives, recovery of drugs that is trafficked from Swaziland towards the borders of Beitbridge, as well as Groblersdal Bridge. Yeah, we still need to, I think the employment of the mechanics, the National is working on it. We don't know when will that be solved, but we're looking forward that we may be getting a boost in that. And then in the forensic, the employment of the forensic social workers, just to cover our family violence unit to, like I'm saying, the issues that relates to children in the province. When it comes to GBVF, it's even more, and it requires the services of forensic social workers. I'm not a province that normally have a problem in terms of the command level vacancies, but I do have vacancies at other supervisory level that need to be attended to. We believe that maybe the next round we might get national advertising the post, as we normally our posts are advertised from national side. We made our submission. We don't know at what stage are we going to fill. Critical to that, I do have stations like Bilabila. I'm ailing at Bilabila. I've just sent a person to just go hold the fort so that the station does not collapse, because the station commander died, and also some of the command levels, all of them, they went on retirement, and I'm sitting with that particular as one station that is more critical in my space. Yeah, the aging workforce is one of the challenges, and it's worth to note that Chairperson, even when we receive whatever allocation that we get for the entry level, we don't receive what we have lost. So we are not moving forward in terms of growing our establishment. We are either stagnating or even going backwards. I will give to Brigadier Mantata just to give a presentation. Chair, if there's anything that I need to add, I will provide viable reports. Thank you very much. Over to you, Brigadier.
Thank you, PC. Thank you, Chair. all the members of Portfolio Committee and MEC. This morning I've submitted a report before you, Q3. As you have observed, what you see on the screen and what is on your presentation on the table is different. That one is called synchronized stats. This one that you have on your presentation is what we call official stats that was released by the minister. But in terms of that, I'm going to paint the provincial picture. So where there's difference between what you see and what I have here, I will allude to that. In terms of contact crimes against person, which are your crimes such as murder, sexual offenses, attempted murder, assault, GBH, common assault, common robbery, robbery with aggravating circumstances. Overall, for the third quarter, we have seen an increase of about 35 counts. And most of the crimes that have increased in that particular category still remain your common assault as well as common robbery. So the highest decline in terms of this category remains murder with about 29.5, followed by robbery with aggravating circumstances with 12.5, as well as attempted murder with about 11.0%. But coming down to sexual offenses breakdown, which is a crux of the matter, so that we don't classify all sexual offenses as rape. So in terms of breaking down, rape in terms of Q3 has declined by about 2.7%, followed by sexual assault with about 0.8%, while attempted sexual offense has increased by 28 counts and contact sexual offenses by 3 counts. In terms of some subcategories of aggravated robbery, which is what we call trio crime, which are the crimes that are most common and most feared by our citizens. Carjacking has seen a decline of about 63 counts, while robbery at residential premises in the third quarter has increased by 4.6, while robbery at residential has decreased by 7.6. Overall, the trio crime in the province in the third quarter has declined by about 8.9%. In terms of robbery of cash in transit, we were 1 count lower. We had two counts of robbery of cash in transit when compared to the same period in 2023-24, which was 3, which take us to -1 count different. Bank robbery, we did not experience any bank robbery. While coming to truck jacking, the province in the third quarter had 10 counts of truck hijacking, while in the same period, 2023, we had 13, which takes our counts to 3 counts lower. Now coming to the next slide, which is crime ratio per 100,000 of population. Next slide, sorry. Okay. So I'll skip this one and move to this one, sorry. Coming to contact-related crimes, which are your arson and malicious damage to property. Overall, we see an overall decline of about 1.7%, where arson had 23 counts lower compared to the same period in 2023, while malicious damage has a decline of about 0.7%. So as I'm moving, I'd like to allude to the fact that somewhere you will see I'm talking about the counts. In other instances, I'm talking about the percentage. Where the reported incidents are below 100, we use the count difference. Where it's more than 100, we use percentage change. Then in terms of property-related crime, overall there was a overall decline of about 5%, with burglary at non-residential premises with a decline of about 12.2, burglary at residential with 1.6, theft of motor vehicle and motorcycle in the province in the third quarter declined by 20.1%, while theft out or from motor vehicle declined by 2.5% in the same period, while stock theft in the same period declined by 1.8%. In terms of other serious crimes, all the crimes have seen decline in exception of commercial crime, which have seen an increase of about 16.4%. But overall, other serious crime has seen a decline of about 6.8%. Coming to crime detected as a result of police action, such as illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. There were about 205 illegal firearms and ammunition that were taken off from our street, which is an increase of about 19.9% compared to the previous period. Coming to drug-related crime, there were about 2,566 cases that were registered by the police, which is about 29.1% increase compared to the same period last year. However, coming to the driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, there was an increase of about 50.7% cases. In terms of sexual offenses detected as a result of police action, there are about 47.5% more work that is done by police compared to the previous quarter. Overall, CDPA has seen an overall increase of about 37.3%. Next slide. In terms of what we call 17 community-reported serious crime, in terms of the quarter, looking at from October till December, the highest month that we have seen an increase still remain December with 168. Where we see all the months have seen a decline in terms of that. And in terms of the district performance, all the districts in the province has seen a decline in terms of 17 community serious reported crimes. Sorry, next slide. Okay. Next one. Okay, yes, sorry. Thank you. In terms of top 30 stations, when it comes to community serious reported crime, when you see in the booklet, you see the stations that are highlighted in yellow. These are the stations that have also been highlighted as the stations that are in the national top 30, with Thohoyandou leading Polokwane and Mankweng and Seshego, where Polokwane have seen an increase of about 6.7%, where Mankweng also have seen an increase of about 0.6%. However, looking at all our stations overall, we see an increase in terms of 17 community reported crime over the period of third quarter. Next slide, please. Next slide. Let me speak to this one because the page. Yes, looking at top 30 increasing station in terms of trio crime. Like I mentioned, your trio crime are those crimes like carjacking, robbery at residential, robbery at non-residential premises. All our stations in the province, the top 31, you see the leading being Thohoyandou, Mankweng, and Leboakgomo, as well as, sorry, sir, can you please zoom for me out there? Because I'm far-sighted. Yes, yes, so a bit, about 90%, I think it will be right. Sorry. Yes, because I want to see the entire screen. 90 is fine. Thank you. Yes. Yes, in terms of all the top 30 stations, we see that all the stations in the top 30 there have seen an increase in terms of trio crime, with the leading station being Thohoyandou, Mankweng, Leboakgomo, and Ritavi. Next slide, please. This is a district performance in terms of crime. In terms of Capricorn district, for contact-related crime, the only crime that have seen an increase in Capricorn remains attempted murder as well as common assault. In terms of sexual offenses breakdown, the only sexual offenses that have increased in the district remain sexual assault. And coming to subcategories of aggravated robbery, the district have seen an increase in terms of robbery at non-residential premises, with about 16 count in terms of Capricorn. And coming to robbery of cash in transit, the district did not experience any in the period of in the reporting period. Bank robbery, the district did not experience any. While coming to truck jacking, there were 2 incidents that were reported, but compared to 2023 period, there were 1 count lower compared to that period. Next slide, please. In terms of contact-related crime, which is your arson and malicious damage to property, the district has experienced the increase in terms of malicious damage to property, which affected overall contact-related crime performance. And in terms of property-related crime, the district had about 3 crimes that has increased within this particular category, which is burglary at non-residential premises, burglary at residential premises, as well as theft out of from motor vehicle. Overall, the property-related crime in the district have seen a decline of about 1.9%. Coming to other serious crime, we see that the commercial crime in the district have increased by about 257 counts, but overall, other serious reported crime has seen a decline of about 5.6. In terms of 17 community reported crime, we see an overall decline of 4.2. In terms of crime detected as a result of police action, the district has experienced a clean sweep in terms of that. However, kidnapping remains a problem in the district, with 14 more kidnapping cases compared to the previous period, which took kidnapping on the red. In terms of the stations, within the Capricorn, in terms of 17 community reported crime, we have about 6 of the stations that have experienced an increase in terms of 17 community related crime, 1 that remains stable, and the rest being on the decline. Next slide, please. In terms of contact-related crime, again, the district has 6 of the station in their top 30 that have experienced an increase. However, the remainder of the station have seen a decline, with Senwaba Rwana being in the lead in terms of contact crime. Next slide, please. In terms of property crime, again, we see the top leading station being Mankweng in the lead, but however, here we have about 9 stations that have seen an increase in terms of property-related crime. So in this particular third quarter, there were more stations that were affected by property-related crime than the other stations. Next slide, please. And in terms of trio crime, which is your carjacking, robbery at residential, robbery at non-residential premises, majority of the stations have seen an increase in terms of this particular crime, followed by about 5 that has stabilized over this period, meaning there was no change in terms of the same period in 2023 and 2025, and about 6 stations that have seen a decline in the same reporting period. And coming to Mopani district, in terms of contact-related crime, we have 3 crime categories that have seen an increase, which is your sexual offense, which is your assault, GBH, as well as common assault. However, coming to breakdown of sexual offense, we see that rape have increased in Mopani with about 2.7%, where attempted sexual offenses also increased with 17 counts, and contact sexual offenses have increased with about 4 counts. And coming to our trio crime in Mopani district, overall, all the trio crime in Mopani have seen an overall decline of about 11.6, with 1 category stabilizing, which is your robbery at residential premises. Coming to robbery of cash in transit, the district experienced 1 bank robbery. There were no bank robbery reported during the third quarter. Truck hijacking, there were no cases of truck hijacking that were reported in the quarter. In terms of contact-related crime, the arson in the Mopani district have seen an increase of about 10 more cases compared to the same reporting period. However, malicious damage to property has seen a decline, which take the overall contact-related crime to a decline of about 6.2%. And coming to property-related crime, the only crime that have increased in Mopani remain theft out of or from motor vehicle, as well as stock theft. But overall, property-related crime in Mopani has seen a decline over this period. Coming to other serious crime, the only serious crime that have seen an increase in Mopani remain commercial crime over the reporting period. And coming to crime detected as a result of police action, the district have managed to perform better than the previous period in 2023, with overall CDPA increasing by 37.8 over the same period, where the kidnapping were reduced in Mopani district by about 7 counts less compared to the same period in 2023-24. Next slide, please. In terms of the station performance, GAAL is still the leading station in terms of 17 community reported crime, followed by Bolobedu, as well as Litsitele. And while majority of the stations have seen an increase, however, there were some other stations that have seen a decline in terms of 17 CRC. Next slide, please. In terms of property-related crime, the province stations have also seen an increase in about 7 stations, which is your Namahale, Giani, Mukwakwila, and Mujajistlov. However, there were stations that managed to reduce the crime during this reporting period in terms of property crime. In terms of, next slide, please. In terms of trio crime, your normal stations, top 5 stations in the district remain Ritavi, Litsitela, Mojajistlov, which have seen an increase in terms of trio crime. However, there were stations that stabilized, but majority of the stations in Mopani district over the reporting period managed to reduce the trio crime. In terms of Sikukuni district, overall contact-related crime have seen a decline. However, sexual offenses still remain a problem with an increase, followed by assault, GBH, common assault, and common robbery, which are the crime categories that have seen an increase. And coming to sexual offenses breakdown, sexual assault as well as attempted sexual offenses are the crime that have seen an increase over the reporting period. And coming to our trio crime, the district have managed to overall decrease the trio crime over the reporting period by about 20.7%. And in terms of robbery of cash in transit, the district experienced 1, which stabilized the province, because in the previous period they had 1, and bank robbery would not have any case. And coming to truck jacking, the district have managed to reduce that from 7 to 3 in the reporting period, 3rd quarter, which take the district to 4 counts lower. Next slide. In terms of 17 CRC, Sikukuni is the station that is leading in terms of the increase, followed by Begersford, Tulare, and Mukwakwaila in terms of that. In terms of other stations, majority of stations have managed to reduce their 17 CRC. And in terms of contact-related crime, majority of stations in Sikukuni district managed to reduce their contact crime. However, we still have about 6 stations that managed to see an increase, leading station being Begersford. And coming to property crime, majority of the station, if you Contact-related crime by less than a percentage, which is 0.9%. This is followed by the crime that have increased within this category remain attempted murder, common assault, as well as common robbery, with about 6.2%. And coming to sexual offenses breakdown, sexual assault as well as attempted sexual offenses are the only crime category, subcategories within this crime type that have seen an increase. And coming to trio crime in Vembe district, robbery at residential premises is the only crime that has seen an increase, as well as other crimes have seen a decline, but this overall has affected the district performance, where we see that all our trio crime in Vembe district were higher by 16 counts compared to the same period in 2023-24. Coming to robbery of cash in transit, there were no cases reported. Coming to bank robbery, there were no cases reported. However, there were 2 cases of truck hijacking reported in Vembe district, which takes Vembe district to an increase in terms of truck hijacking by 2 counts, because in the same period in 2023-24, they had no truck hijacking. Next slide. In terms of contact-related crime, overall, the contact-related crime in Vembe decreased by about 11.9%. In terms of property-related crime, the only crime that managed to see an increase remain burglary at residential premises, as well as theft of motor vehicle and motorcycle, with 7 and 5 counts respectively. However, overall property-related crime have seen an increase or a decline of about 7.8%. And coming to other serious crime, the district have managed to reduce on all other serious crime in the reporting period. And coming to crime detected as a result of police action, illegal possession of firearms and ammunition is the crime category that have seen an increase over the reporting period, followed by sexual offenses that is detected as a result of police action. However, the district have managed to overall increase the CDPA by about 12.7% over the same period. And in terms of kidnapping, the district have managed to report about 29 kidnapping cases, which is 5 less compared to the previous period, which take the district as the reduction of about 5 counts compared to the previous period. In terms of the station performance, the top station in terms of 17 CRC remains Toyando, and followed by Saselamani. However, majority of stations managed to reduce the 17 CRC in terms of this reporting period. And coming to, next slide please. Coming to contact-related crime, again we see the same station, Toyando, being in the lead. However, we see again the pattern of other stations that were in the bottom in terms of decreasing, still appearing in terms of contact-related crime. In terms of property-related crime, again, Toyando is still the station that is leading. However, we still see other stations also that have experienced an increase in terms of your property crime, such as Malamulele. And majority of the station during this particular reporting period have managed to reduce the property-related crime in the district. In terms of the trio crime, again, Toyando is still the station that is problematic, with 17 more counts compared to the previous period, where we had the 3 stations that managed to stabilize, and majority of stations decreasing their trio crime in the province. Next slide. It's the Waterberg district. In terms of the contact-related crime in Waterberg, almost majority of crime categories within this particular crime have seen an increase, in exception of murder, as well as robbery with aggravating circumstances, which have declined by 4.1% and 9 counts respectively. Overall, contact-related crime in Waterberg district has increased by about 148 cases more. And in terms of sexual offenses, we see all these sexual offenses categories such as rape, sexual assault, attempted sexual offense, have seen an increase in the district. However, contact-related crime also have seen a stability where there was no difference between 2023-24 and 2024-25. Coming to the trio crime, again, the district have managed to see an increase in almost all except in terms of carjacking, where there were less cases of carjacking compared to the previous period. However, coming to robbery of cash in transit, there were no incident reported. Bank robbery, there were no incident reported. Coming to truck hijacking, there were 2 incidents of truck hijacking that were reported, which takes us to -1 count lower, where last year we had, or the same period last year, we had about 3 counts. In terms of contact-related crime, which is your arson and malicious damage to property, the only crime that has increased in this category remain malicious damage to property with 44 counts more, which takes the overall contact-related crime to 42 counts more. In terms of property-related crime, the only crime that managed to see an increase remained theft out or from motor vehicle, with about 14 counts more compared to the previous period. However, the overall property-related crime in the district have seen a decline. In terms of other serious crime, the only crime that have seen an increase in Waterberg district remains Waterberg, with about 114 cases. However, overall, in terms of 17 CRC, the district managed to reduce that by about 2.2%. In terms of crime detected as a result of police action, the only crime the district did not manage to exceed their last year performance or target remains illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, which the district was -5 counts less. And while we had an increase in the number of kidnapping cases in the district by about 6 counts more. In terms of 17 CRC, the top leading station in Waterberg station for Q3 remain Bela as well as Northam. However, majority of the station have seen a decline in terms of 17 CRC. In terms of contact crime, majority of stations within Waterberg district have seen an increase in terms of contact crime, with the leading station being Bela. Next slide, please. In terms of property-related crime, again, Bela is the leading station in terms of increase, where majority of the station managed to reduce the crime in terms of property crime over the reporting period. In terms of trio crime, we see that the distribution is equal among the stations, with Mokopane being the station that is leading in terms of trio crime, which is our carjacking, robbery at residential, robbery at non-residential. And we still have about 6 stations that stabilize, and the rest of the station have managed to see a decline in terms of this particular crime. Thank you. This was the result for Q3. So now I'm taking you to the result of Q4.
Okay, can we maybe check PC with regards to Q4? Is there any significant changes? That is what we must speak to. If there's any changes, or if Q4 and Q3 are the same, I would not want you to delve deeper. The way you opened it, PC, it was very clear. Yes. You could hear where we are going, where we are coming from. Okay. So if in Q4 there's nothing significant, yes, I propose it comes from you. So you can just touch areas like we have done when we're going to Q3. This is what has happened. But if everything is significantly the same, let's take Q4 as a reflection of Q3.
Q4, Chairperson, thank you. It's the quarter that I've indicated that in terms of the 17 priority crimes, commercial crime, it's what gave us a problem. I think we can just go to the global slide. Where's the first slide? Yes, this is the slide. Because if you look at the sexual offenses, that is just the breakdown of the sexual offenses category. But in the main there, it's only the sexual assault that is problematic and the house robbery that remains stubborn in the province. And I think if I go back even quarter to quarter, the house robberies has become stubborn. Chairperson, seeing that is the only thing that we have. If you go to the next slide, go to the next slide. In the next slide, it's commercial crime that was problematic only. When we picked up this house robbery, because we had to go into in-depth analysis what's going on. I think the members of this house will remember of lately we had also a number of cases in Malam, a streamline of cases of house robbery that took place. One even escalated to a murder and a rape in the same house. When we then had to go to an analysis, we analyzed these cases, we could see that it's one and the same person who has committed these cases. And I must report to the House that we made a breakthrough. We have arrested those individuals. Although during the arrest, one was shot dead, one was shot but was also hospitalized. In return, they also shot one of our members, but who was in hospital for an arm and then is out. They are attending court at this moment. Two of them, they are going to be attending court. There were equipment that were also found in that regard. We are connecting them to almost close to 11 cases of house robbery. And these people were operating between Toheando and Malamlel. As we put more pressure in terms of intensifying visibility and putting more members in, then the crime deflect to Malamlel. But we are grateful for that success. That's the only thing, Chairperson, that we have changed. In terms of Waterberg, you will see Waterberg gave us a run on the third quarter. Waterberg, I did not have a district commissioner. I brought Major General Masingi. You can stand up, Masingi. Masingi is the new district commissioner that I have appointed. He was previously heading the serious and violent crime in the province. Now I'm left with a vacancy there, but I decided that at the local level where things are happening, I rather have to make sure that I close that. Nonetheless, the serious and violent crime is a critical post in the province, but it is currently on the advert, it's advertised. So she started now in, when did you start, by the way? 1st June. It's a new room. We believe that she will sweep well there. But I must say there is progress that I'm seeing at the moment all along. We had some challenges. I had to put Brigadier Mhlongo to go and act. The fourth quarter has shown them having improved dramatically from the first quarter. That's all that I can mention. And it's worse in this quarter. I think they are doing extremely well. We believe that that's the only changes that are there, Chairperson. And yeah, whatever that we put in place, we have seen the house robbery dropping, just for heads up, dropping at this moment in the whole province. It doesn't look like we have a problem, but we still have those sporadic cases that are taking place, which we have to deal with extensively. So it's a pity. If I can say the suspect are from where I'll be seen like I'm xenophobic, but that's his reality. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Provincial Commissioner, for a well-detailed report. We see significant changes, and I believe the people of the province will be comforted knowing that the men and women in blue are really putting on significant effort to make sure that all of us are secured. And Honorable Nenguta will tell us why Toyando is on top there. Is this? No, but that was on a lighter note, but we see significant improvement, PC. And honorable members, let me allow you to make any inputs, any clarity-seeking questions, or was the presentation very clear, or there's something you need to say? Honorable Manama, I wanted to start there, but you can start and you'll take it back and bring it up.
No, thanks very much. Firstly, just to appreciate the presentation, I think, Chair, is a standard practice that we can go into the nitty-gritties of the securities of the country. Yeah, more so that the National Commissioner is my next door neighbor at home, so I don't want to be seen saying that it's not working. But we appreciate, the only thing that I wanted to comment, get their communication. The success stories in cracking the cases. I think if departments can learn from SAPS, the manner in which they are now and then communicating, I think those are some of the things that I think I can appreciate and keep the good work. It's unfortunate that people from Madashe and what is the other one? They are listening to us. We can't comment much about some of the issues here. But Chair, I think lastly I wanted to say something to the department, which I wanted them to, not to clarify, but as a record for the committee. Because if we just leave them like that, HOD, the reduce irregular expenditure by 37%, fruitless and wasteful expenditure by 35%. It is not our call as the committee to agree. Otherwise, we'll be in complicity. The PFMA and the new Public Audit Act doesn't allow any unwanted expenditure. That is the material irregularities. So the expectation from the committee is that it must be zero. Why should we assist you and agree with you to commit offenses? And those criminal offenses, that's one thing that I think we need to state it upfront. Secondly, Chair, when the CEO, the CFO was responding on the issue, the three municipalities who are not obliging in terms of the revenue collection, she said that they are part of the three of the distressed municipality, which I think is not correct. We can't leave it like that because the COCTA has the distressed municipalities that are categorized. And for information is Kukwin and Tabazimbi, not the three. They must have other reasons, not these ones, that they are a part of the distressed. They are not, unless you can produce evidence, but that's how we are. And I think that's my comment, the Chair. But I'm just worried also, the budget of the COE of the GAAL, ballooning. That's not the nature of the company that we need, because the company in its nature to maximize profit, it must have a organogram that is not bloated, because that's what we are crying for. Because the money that was supposed to be used or utilized to service our people, that's the money that is being used to pay people. Unfortunately, people who are not performing. No, that's my input.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manama. You can take it to Balois.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And we also welcome the report from Provincial Commissioner. The report was clear. So I just want to ask a question, Provincial Commissioner. I heard you said the new recruits are lower than what you are losing every month or every year. and of which is not a positive result to the province. I want to check in your meetings or when you try to present this, what are the nationals saying? Because this is clear that people are going on retirement or some are dying. But if they give you the numbers, or let's say advertise the new recruit nationally, why are they giving lesser than what you are losing? What are their response on this one? And then also, I understand that your department is national, because I heard you saying some of the things are lagging behind because of the service provider are coming from national. It's not in your hands. Also, to this one, when you try to explain or to tell them about their frustration, what are their answers? Want to know as a committee. Maybe we can help from this side. Thank you.
Honourable Moss.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think we must give credit where credit is due. I thank the Provincial Commissioner for the report, and it's heartening to see if that crime is coming in a downward trend too in Limpopo. There's some good news that we can take out of it, but there is also, my only concern is GBV or sexual offences against women. We are still actually very high there, and it seems like we are not getting on top of it. Or what are we telling women in Limpopo? That we are not winning the battle against crime? Or is it related to family members that we are not winning this battle? Or is it mostly, if I look at the rape statistics, I want to know, is it mostly strangers that meets a woman in the night in a bush or whatever, or is it family related, husband or wife, or family members? That's my only input. Thank you very much.
Honourable Nangudo. Thank you very much. Honourable Mohal.
He's happy about Toyando, so I can't comment.
He's reaching his target.
I know that you cannot really divulge what's happening, especially with the case that of those 3 guys who have escaped from Lizitele. But what we can do is to give people comfort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. PC, for me, there is just one music that when I hear it, it's something that I've put very on top of my notes when we interact with yourselves. Where did I write it? In terms of the arrests that you make, or the good stories that you tell in terms of police initiative. That in every quarter, I just want to check, because it says to us, men and women in blue have plans to keep all the people of this province secure and safe. So every time, all those operations, that is your own initiative, and when we see them yielding positive results, it gives us great joy. And the problem with the SAPS is not a lot of things we can say to the public for security reasons, but there's an area where I deviated to once you have given us your presentation with regard to the GBV. We should have a combined meeting of some sort, HOD. I don't know where it falls in your rules, if there are some like that, with social development, with transport, and the SAPS. I'll tell you why. DSD have this GBV safety houses. I don't know, I forgot what they call them, Honorable Madam. They will report to us that we don't have people, it's only, we have an intake of 20. You find there are 100 beds there. HOD, if there can be a meeting of that sort, PC, where you know that there are areas where women are victims, and men actually, where they are victims of GBV, you are able to then collaborate with DSD, where you don't have safe houses that are available, PC, you are able to take them to social development. Because those I don't, do they call them safe houses? I just forgot what when we went to an oversight. Yes, they are there. And what part of the reasons they raised with us was we don't have enough people coming. And it's an area where you can tap in as a SAPS or as a Department of Transport and Communities Aid to be able to assist the victims of GBV. We are one government intergovernmental relations. It can work there. While you're still looking for safe houses, you can be using DSD to be able to house the victims of GBV. And with regards to the retirements, it's quite saddening, but we see we have moved a woman in Bokoto there to Waterberg. Definitely we are hoping to see heads rolling that side of the region, because what we have seen there, the red is scary. It's so scary, so we would want to see that the new broom is in. Not only that the new broom is in, but is wearing a pair of Prada. That will give us a comfort, really. And PC, I know there's one provincial commissioner responsible for, I forgot what she was responsible for. She went on pension. Was she replaced? You used to come with her here, and the other one, Manala, if I'm not mistaken, but has she been replaced to date? But above all things, we are happy with what we are hearing. And it gives us great joy and pleasure when you come and speak to us, and in that way you speak to the people of this province, and to say really, crime, as and when it evolves, it changes color and its tune. Also your boots that are on the ground, men and women that are in blue are giving us comfort, and we are saying really kudos, and we are happy, and I believe the people of this province share the same sentiments. And we can, on that note, PC, respond to, I think it was one question from Honorable Baloi, and then you can bring it back.
Thank you, Chairperson. I believe that some of it's mere comments that we need to look at it. But yeah, the issue of GBV, I must say it. Like what Honorable Mosef said, it's not that we are losing the fight. Remember, GBV, in the picture, it looks we are more in terms of the reporting. But that goes in twofold. Because the more you get people, awareness campaigns that you do, I will tell you, Chair, that as I was looking at this particular quarter, I'm not referring to the quarter that I'm presenting. As I was looking at this quarter, plus or minus 82 cases that came in are cases that happened years back. It's not a recent incident. So I'll never say we are losing the fight, but I'm saying the more the reporting comes forward, it tells us that our community are starting to develop that trust that I can go with my case, even if I was raped when I was 12 years old, and report, and the police will still do something. The sanctions that we're having in our space, it's life sentences. I think the justice system as well is doing more in terms of making sure that those who abuse our women or our children, they send them to jail. I will never say we are losing the fight, but I'm saying the more all of us and all departments get to educate the community, is the more the people come forward and report. Yes, there are sporadic incidents that you pick up based on liquor, boyfriends and the like. Some of the things, it's makeup. Another issue that we also picked up, Chairperson, is the issue of Mavuso. That is happening in this particularly in these areas where there is a highly active group of the youngsters. You get those typical, because you will see that this one, it was an agreement, afterwards it turned to be not, because maybe there were no payment and the like. And that's a sad reality, unfortunately. But I believe that the women of this province have learned to come forward and report. If it was less, it must not say like we are doing very well. It's just that we have received less reporting. If it's more, it's not that we are bad. It's because people are coming forward to report these cases. But when it comes to the issues of the new recruits, We are recruiting already, Chairperson, I must say, because your community are listening to me. Unfortunately, this time the recruitment is online. There's an app that they can download. We have just circulated so that they can register, and the youth is very active on IT, and they are registering properly. So I must say, at national, they receive 5,000 that we need to recruit. Only 5,000 for the whole country. 5,000, and I think we appreciate the president of this country who really realized that we are stretched, and for the past 3 years, and gave us that leverage of recruiting 10,000. And that 10,000 has helped, because provinces like Limpopo, Mpumalanga, you will receive very less, and provinces like Gauteng, they receive thousands allocation, because now we attempt to be like smaller provinces. Everything that goes to us, it's smaller, and forgetting that, Chairperson, if I might say, this province Limpopo is policing 6 million 950 something. 6 million, and Eastern Cape is policing, it's like it has got how many, 14 million. It has got 7 million and some numbers. And when I calculated at that stage, roughly, so I realized the difference is it's 500,000. Mara, if I can tell you their police is double what I have, all their money is also, at least it's reasonable. And they don't leave me. And for me, it's even worse because I've got all the influx. I'm just a border province. I might be even more than what they have born. But when it comes to allocation, as smaller provinces, you'll get small. Despite National also have argued to say the 5,000 that they are getting, it's nothing as compared to what they are losing the whole country. So all of us were sitting in the same pot, and until maybe it becomes like a custom that every year we recruit 10,000, it might be better, because I will safely say, Honorable Balui, that in the last round of the 10,000 recruitment, for the first time, I think twice, because I scored. At some point, I got 1,000 because I made some noise. I've got so many smaller stations. If you see these Waterberg stations, in Waterberg, I think more or less 60% of their station are the smaller stations. That is why you see what you see. And those stations are the stations that are struggling. And I was saying, I need more people, and they gave me 1,000. And in the last round of the 10,000, I get 554. And that has helped me a big deal. Now I'm worried because we are back to 5,000 recruitment. It means I might receive something like 100. And what is 100 that I'm going to do? This time I'm prioritizing the detective environment because of all other glitches that the investigations and all, and the cases and the complaints that I get. And it's a year of detective that I've dedicated to them in terms of making sure that they have all the resources that they need. So that's where we sit. In terms of these contract issues, we have raised a number of complaints, because I think I'm not alone. Even Eastern Cape is experiencing the same thing. As provinces that are smaller, we're struggling. This contract, you find that the contracted company that provides us with pass is in Gauteng. And that was giving us a problem. Of lately, I think a month ago, we were told that those contracts has expired now. Now we can do on quotation basis. We don't know what is going to happen. Maybe the other contracts will be coined and what will come with it. But at least this moment, we are trying our best to get our stock replenished within, because we are trying to do at least 90% in-house and outsource a little bit so that we can have our fleet out. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Since the last one is that one that I was just Honorable Manamara is tackling with you, and also if you might have any knowledge with regards to what we are raising about a joint meeting, a joint meeting of Transport Community Safety, DSD, and the SAPS with regard to GBV. If there's any plan like that in the department, you can speak to us. If not, when we leave here, let's go and see how do we get it to happen. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think on this very same one, these are member departments of the JCPS cluster, and the issue around GBV is in the program of action. We have had a forum or an indaba last year, and this was the focus. The action plan is available for us to implement jointly with social development and also SAPS. But on the issues of shelters, the three, I would say SAPS and the two departments are actually working together on those just to try and assist. But if there's a need to have focused discussions on the specifics that are needed, we will then welcome the guidance on that. Chair, on the issue of the three municipalities, I think we acknowledge basically what we were saying is that they have cash flow problems, but that does not exonerate them from paying us, because it's our services and that we devolved to them. They're actually collecting revenue. They just have to pass a certain percentage to us as per the agreement. So we will continue to deal with that. On the irregular and fruitless and wasteful, unwanted expenditure, Chair, we strive every year to have zero unwanted expenditure. Obviously, on irregular in particular, we do have old issues that we are dealing with just to ensure that we close those old irregular expenditures. But the new occurrences, we may have put a percentage based on our performances of previous years. We always have the baselines, but every year, and the CFO also would acknowledge that we teach our staff members, particularly SCM and finance, just to ensure that we have got zero occurrences around unwanted expenditure. And this is actually what we will continue to push for every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. Compensation of employees.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With regards to compensation of employees, we actually do not have a bloated staff complement. The issue we are actually on a very lean, and we have cut down a lot of positions. The strategy we have taken is to abolish a lot of administration positions like secretariat, so that we have shared services. The situation is that there is a number of people that are required to be on a shift in order to be compliant with requirements of a CAT 7. So for example, in the fire department, the rule is that you must have the number of men on shift that are enough to man the trucks that you have. The requirement for CAT 7 is that you must have 2 vehicles per shift to be able to qualify for CAT 7. So in the fire department alone, we are required 8 fire officers on shift, a shift controller, and a chief fire. Irrespective of how many flights we get a day, that is the requirement. The same is in the aviation security. There is a prescribed number that must be on shift. So from face value, it looks like it's a lot, but it is a compliance requirement. But also to take an opportunity to talk about the irregular expenditure and fruitless that we have indicated the reduction of on our presentation. The intention was not to celebrate mediocrity, but it was to indicate that there is a legacy irregular expenditure that dates back to 2014, and at some point we had about 50 million of irregular expenditure. But with the hard work between the current board and current management, we have managed to deal with those, and the idea was to highlight the amount of work that is going into making sure that that is cleared. And I can assure this committee that we work towards a zero new accumulation of irregular and fruitless expenditure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO. HOD, maybe let me also put it on record that the MEC did not abscond the meeting. She requested that she's attending the NCOP and she's debating on behalf of the province on the NCOP. Hence, you see her seat has been vacant for some time. And to thank you, honorable members, for the time you give, for the oversight, the robust, effective oversight that you do play on the Department of Transport and Community Safety, its entity GAAL, and by extension South African Police Services, which I appreciate when you do come through a PC, because this is the only time where you are able to directly speak to the residents of this province, and we are able to see some of the challenges that you have at your own level, and some of them will need joint meetings between us and the committee in Parliament, and we see how do we assist you, men and women in blue, in the province. How do you continue to protect the masses of this province better? And to say this brings us to the end of the meeting, and it has been a very effective meeting. We have learned, and we'll continuously keep on dragging each other a bit, all for the betterment of this province, all for the betterment of the people that do not have anything except us as public representatives, that they've brought us here to really push and then tell you their hopes and aspirations. And thank you, HOD, thank you, CEO, and thank you, PC, and your team, and also the support staff. That brings us to the end of the meeting. And may the good Lord bless you as and when you live here, and our families, until we come and meet here again to interact on the first quarter of the financial year 2025-2026, and the meeting is officially closed. You are also invited to share a meal with us. Thank you very much.